deposit in that area. It's going to be very important for you to get into that. The lowest levels you can get into obviously is the best. If you have a cellar outside, don't wait for the storm to get there. Go ahead and get in the cellar. Take your cell phone with you, by the way. Take your charger along with you. And make sure you've got walls between you and the outside if you have to stay in your home. You can cover with pillows. You can cover with blankets, coats, helmets, bicycle helmets, anything that will protect you and your family, mattresses, etc. You need to be seeking and moving to your safe area right now. If you live in that area south of Matador and also down in the northern areas of Dickens County, and you can watch that storm. And here we're looking again, our meteorologist Adam Young, look at the intense rainfall, watching for the rain-free base here to see if anything. I don't see anything dipping down at this point, but again, you can see potentially, well, it looks like there may be some. I can't see any rotation from that, but again, that's a very intense thunderstorm. There is a tornado warning on that particular thunderstorm at this time. Intense rainfall, obviously flash flood warnings because of the two storms merging and the amount of rainfall with that particular system. So he's going to continue to monitor that storm up in the areas of Motley County and the northern areas of Floyd County as that storm works its way onto the south. There's already been numerous reports of ping pong size hail, probably likelihood of larger hail associated with that thunderstorm in that area. And it's drifting very slowly, generally southeast 5, maybe up to 10 miles an hour. And so we're watching the rain-free base, the back area of this storm. Now, some of these storms, depending on how this develops, this could end up being a rain-wrapped tornado, meaning it may be not as easy to see that tornado. So the Weather Service will issue in a case like that. That means the rain is wrapping around where you actually have the rotation, the funnel cloud, the origination of that tornado. But again, that is a very intense thunderstorm. Obviously, there's a warning on that for a tornado warning. And folks, again, south of that, particularly northern areas, Dickens County, folks in East Afton, you just need to be on the alert, but you are generally in the track of that. But if you live along Highway 70 between McAdoo and 70, this again gives you an indication, a little bit of a hook here, and there's the large hail along Highway 70 back around Roaring Springs. You can see some hail indicated in and around that community. Further north, it's just mainly heavy rainfall up around Matador. Not a threat to the community of Matador, but Roaring Springs. So for those of you in this general area, and Shania's outlining, this is the area and anywhere within this, particularly where you find that polygon of the tornado warning, where it extends east and into southeastern New Mexico. And I know, again, we are covering up the golf game, but this is a serious situation where we want folks to get to shelter at this point, make sure they're prepared should this storm develop a tornado. And we're looking again, don't see a lot of red as far as any distinct rotation on this system. Well, a little bit there, and it may be changing some with the development of that storm, so that might be the area of concern. Those of you in Glenn, and that's also some areas where the hail is located. So as we mentioned, you are the folks that need to be in your safe area right now. Let me step back a little bit. Those of you in East Afton need to be in your safe area at this point. Anywhere basically in the northern areas of Dickens County, look at the intensity and the size indicated by hail. The general boundaries there indicated on Doppler radar and also by Doppler radar when we went to our hail tracker, large hail. And I haven't heard any reports of larger hail or from the Weather Service. I don't know if you have or not.
Let's go back to live view just so we can take a look as well while Jimmy interrupt right there. Should I give the update there? I just wanted to give the just the visually stunning picture we have here. Shania?
Yeah, John, you're really exactly right. The largest we've seen so far is still that ping pong size hail being recorded 2 miles west of Roaring Springs. That's really the only other indication that we've gotten specifically for things on the ground. So this is actually something that people have observed, not just radar indicated with that ping pong size hail, which of course still fairly large.
All right, thank you. And there's new reports that's come in that a funnel cloud has been reported on the northern Dickens storm. We're going to continue to hold that tornado warning for the time being, but I do want to point out, you can see the gentleman along the fence there. There's quite a few storm chasers along the highway. And I want to encourage you not to go out and chase at this time. You know, there's enough traffic in that area between the storm chasers and the fact that we may have a developing tornado. So the last thing we need are more people out on that roadway at this particular time, especially Highway 70, the areas in and around the community of Glenn. So you want to make sure you're seeking shelter. And again, watching to see, you can see the overall lowering there with the base of this storm that could produce a tornado. But again, funnel clouds reported. And I'm looking, I don't see anything. Matt or Shania may be able to see something, but I don't see anything from where I'm looking here. And there's the gentleman. Yeah. But earlier we were watching all the cars along the side of the road there.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there. There's a lot of traffic. We know on a day like this, people come in from, far away to observe the fascinating storms like this. One concern that we have, and the National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning. They're working on one for this storm. As we look at it, you're saying, well, that cloud is just so low to the ground. You're right, especially compared to the storms that we had yesterday that were very high based. Temperature right now in Roaring Springs is 73. The dew point is 71. 73 over 71, that means really high relative humidity. So the base of these clouds will be really close to the ground, which can actually make it difficult to observe. We do have the report here from just a moment ago of out of this thunderstorm, a funnel cloud, but when you're talking about 73 over 71, that's a really humid atmosphere. Also, the fact that we have the dew point in the 70s off of the Caprock shows it's muggy. That's like Gulf Coast kind of muggy. We see it here occasionally, and we had it here when we had the tornado a couple of years ago in Matador. So when we have dew points in the 70s, usually it's a good indicator for intense thunderstorms or flash flooding, and we have both of those happening right now. So that's why we're concerned with this thunderstorm, and concern is it's moving to the south and east very slowly, producing that really large hail, but it is going to be difficult, John, like you mentioned, to be able to see the funnel because of how high precipitation this storm is, but also just you're going to have to be like right on top of the storm perhaps with this low of a cloud base. But that's at least what we have at the moment on this particular storm, with the tornado warning here in northern Dickens, far southern part of Motley County, really on the county line right now, John.
All right, thanks, Matt. I appreciate that update and the information there. And I do want to mention that meteorologist Adam Young is well equipped and knows how to chase safely. I know he's very close to the storm, and he will be very cautious to not get in the path of this storm. Obviously, with the traffic there along that highway, we don't want anybody else adding to the traffic load along Highway 70. But we'll continue to watch this, but it is going to be, as Matt had mentioned, very difficult to see anything unless you get just in the perfect position or close enough to see something. But fortunately, he's keeping a distance from that. Looks like the other, if that's a storm chaser, is doing the same thing. There's quite a few in that area. I'm looking over, I don't see anything new from the National Weather Service. Again, the funnel cloud was the last report, and that's northern Dickens storm, but it doesn't say exactly where that funnel cloud was indicated. But you can see community of Glen. You guys need to be in your safe area, and that's going to be inside your house, unless you have a storm shelter. Obviously, that's the best option. Don't wait till the last minute. Looking back on the Lubbock tornado, many folks lost their lives because, well, first of all, radar wasn't as high tech as this, but they kept waiting to see if the storm was going to be that bad. Pardon me. And by the time they took action on that, they were caught in between their house and their storm shelter. So again, that's a very intense thunderstorms there. And you can see the hail to the north. I'm going to pitch it to Shania while I get a drink of water right here and clear this frog right quick.
Yeah, John, you're exactly right. Still dealing with a lot of hail on this storm system. The other warning that we have within the viewing areas for Floyd County, that storm also producing some hail, but most of that has been radar indicated. We haven't had any reports of the hail actually on the ground, but of course you can see with the storm system that's in northern Dickens, southern Motley County, very large hail being observed on the radar, nonetheless also in real life. We've had storm reports come in about that storm up to about ping pong size hail associated with it. Still looking at that warning on that storm system. Weather Service chose to continue that because that hazard is still there. The rotation on that storm still looking pretty hazardous. Again, some of those reminders, make sure you're getting in the middle of your home or a building. Stay away from the windows, any type of mirrors, glass, anything like that. Trying to get down, get to the lowest point of whatever building you are in, cover up with some pillows, blankets, anything that you have to kind of protect your head in case something does come through your location. Just some reminders for those tornado safety tips for those areas. The community of Glen, of course, still basically in the middle of that warning, making its way off to the south though. So if you know anyone in the community of Glen, Elton, even East Afton, I think that's how you say it, still making sure they're staying alert, because the storm system is continuing to progress off to the southeast, posing more hazards for those communities coming up. John?
All right, thank you there, Shania. A little water there. Hopefully they'll clear that situation, and we've got a view here again. And is this still live one with meteorologist Adam Young?
Yes.
Okay, just changing position there on me. Okay, just to give a different position on that. Once again, he may be moving because of the danger potential where he was, so he's equipped to do that. He's got some great camera hookups. We appreciate him taking a Sunday afternoon out here to keep us safe, keep a visual view of this. So we'll be coming in and out to him as we need to, and we expand out. I guess we might expand out the radar just a little bit there, Shania. We'll mention for folks in Floyd County, this storm again is a severe thunderstorm, maybe some hail associated with this, and maybe some winds up to 60 miles an hour. It is drifting to the northeast, maybe even a little east as well. This is a boundary, frontal boundary, getting some assistance from maybe outflow, but a boundary making a way in Lubbock. Winds are going to pick up behind that, possibly up around 20 to 30 miles an hour. Then we'll begin to cool down a little bit. We will not cool, it appears, as dramatically as they are, as Matt was mentioning, with the storms in Floyd and Motley County, but it will get colder eventually behind that with this front later tonight and tomorrow. And so that means along that boundary is where we could see some new initiation take place, and directly behind it as well. And you can see some of that firing up now near Petersburg. That's just getting going. A little bit of activity further north, maybe into Swisher County, but this is not severe by any means near the community of Barwise, just north of Petersburg. If this holds together, it'll be tracking towards Lockney, but at this point, it's just welcome rainfall. The warning here along 207, here's the reason. There's likely to be maybe 1-inch size hail and some strong winds with this storm in Floyd-Ada, headed towards John Ferris and Flomont if it continues on that track, and eventually up towards Kitty Quay, Caprock Canyon State Park. If you happen to be there, or you know folks at the park, you want to make sure they're seeking shelter. Matt?
Yeah, the National Weather Service is going to go ahead. This tornado warning was going to expire at 4:30. You can see the new polygon, which really barely changes the bounds of the current polygon because the storm is barely moving. But here is the new information. The National Weather Service in Lubbock has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Dickens and south central Motley counties until 5 o'clock. At 4:22, the storm capable of producing a tornado is close to Afton, 12 miles north of Dickens, and it's just about stationary. In addition to the threat of a tornado, it also could be producing tennis ball size hail. Spotters have observed funnel cloud with this storm as well. So we're seeing the radar indications, what we're seeing from the field, and just the nature, the environment of what this thunderstorm, the environment it exists in. It still has that threat of producing a tornado. In addition to that, the potential for flash flooding with the torrential rainfall falling from this storm. Again, a tornado warning. A second one has now been issued, tornado warning for southern Motley and northern Dickens counties until 5 o'clock. John?
Thank you so much there for that update, Matt. And again, you can see the Doppler radar indicating both the warnings, but the one we're really concerned with is the one north of Dickens. And as the Weather Service mentioned, and we've all mentioned, I think, that this could have a rain-wrapped tornado, means, in other words, very difficult to see, but obviously they can track and get the idea of where the tornado is located. But they do have some funnel clouds reported with that, so we're continuing to cover up the golf game because of that, because of the fact this is a critical situation. We want to make sure folks in this general area are aware of that. And then here's Russellville, here's Roaring Springs. You're out of the area of any threat, at least at this point. There is quite a bit of hail to your south along Highway 70. A little further south, moderate showers in the Elton area, and this is some of that larger hail Shania was talking about a few minutes ago along Highway 70, and this is that general area for the tornado warning, and now it's drifting generally east, slowly southeast. Flood warning, Matt had mentioned that a little earlier. All the combinations to make this a very dangerous thunderstorm. The fact that it's going to be difficult to see possibly where the tornado is. In addition to that, strong winds and very intense rainfall and likely some very large hail with this dangerous thunderstorm. This is well to the southwest of Russellville. I guess you might zoom in a little bit or zoom out either way there, Shania, for maybe we can show them Dickens and the spur areas so folks will know why we're telling folks in Dickens to just be alert. A little further south at this point, the biggest concern will be the areas of East Afton and Afton, but for folks in Dickens County, generally around Dickens, you want to be alert because so far the storm has been tracking, building south. Likely will go southeast, but again, it may change direction with the frontal boundary making its way in a region. those two storms that emerged. So I don't want you to be seeking shelter now, but I just want you to be ready in case it's necessary to do that. And there's a storm that's been producing some hail east and northeast of Floyd-Ada. Here is the boundary indicating the frontal boundary moving towards 385 and Littlefield, making its way into Lubbock, but there's no storms along that. There's some storms that have developed behind that. Interaction of that frontal boundary will aid this storm system though, and it may be just trying to follow that boundary through Dickens County. Other scattered thunderstorms near the Guthrie area all the way down east of Jayton out of our viewing region. We haven't forgot our folks down here to our south, anywhere from Gale to Snyder. Thunderstorms there, but nothing in a way of serious nature. And there is a tornado watch. We can flash that up right quick with Shania and give you the general boundary right along Interstate 27. Does include Lubbock and Plainview all the way to Tahoka, then to the east. This is our critical area right now, anywhere from about Matador, Crosbyton, obviously Dickens County, and maybe back over towards the areas along that Cap Rock from the communities of Paducah down to Guthrie, and even a little bit in the Jayton and Claremont area. So these are the areas that are most favorable for the stronger thunderstorms. But all of the South Plains has a possibility of thunderstorms with the frontal boundary as the evening progresses, just in general. But we still have the warning, the tornado warning in effect on this one. Northern areas here, and you can see southern Motley County, particularly northern Dickens County. We keep emphasizing that. If you're in East Afton, make sure you're seeking shelter if you haven't yet. And when you go into that shelter, pardon me, make sure you have your phone with you and you have a battery with you, and anything else you might need to cover you as far as helmets, clothing, such as that. So just be aware of that. And again, this again just gives you the general, I'm giving you the broader view, but storm is just tracking very slowly. Now, one of the warnings will be expiring here in about 2 minutes, and then the secondary warning will stay in effect till 5 o'clock. Just the same area in general, just be aware of that. And you can see a little bit of a hook there for those in that East Afton area. Dickens, just be alert. Folks in McAdoo, you're clear of this storm at that point. Then also in Roaring Springs, other than the hail has progressed a little bit further north. Looks like there may be somewhat of development north with some large hail towards Roaring Springs, and severe thunderstorm warning obviously for Roaring Springs up in that region around Motley County. And the storms as far as Matador, looks like just heavy rainfall. The storm is not a threat to you guys. It's drifting more south, very slowly southeast. The flood warning is in effect. You can see scattered showers, thunderstorms, Russellville area along 62 and back over to our east as you kind of work your way almost out of our region. You get along and off of the Cap Rock. And Shania, I'll let you bring them up to date right now if you'd like on the hail size with a couple of these storms.
Yeah, for sure, especially going to that Roaring Springs area where you're seeing those brighter reflectivity levels. The National Weather Service updated that severe thunderstorm warning to tennis ball size hail. So far that's been the largest from this storm system. Earlier it was ping pong, now we've upgraded to tennis ball. That warning staying in effect until 5 p.m. Looking at the flash flood warning as well. So you have a lot of hazards going on, a lot of heavy rainfall, also dealing with the large hail, and then of course the largest threat of them all is that tornado warning. So still, of course, tracking this storm system. It does have that southeasterly direction to it, even though it is moving very slowly. For the most part, storm motion throughout this afternoon for most of these storms has only been about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So they're not moving fast. They're producing a lot of heavy rainfall, of course, producing the large hail as well. And we'll switch over so you can kind of see what that hail tracker is looking like for that current storm system. Also, can't forget about the storm that's in Floyd County, also producing some hail with it as well. Had a few reports of some of the hail around golf ball size in Floyd County. So that storm is also looking more stationary. They're very slow moving storms producing a lot of heavy rainfall, and then of course bringing the large hail with it and that tornado threat with it as well. John?
All right, thanks, Shania. I sure appreciate that. Again, severe storm warnings, as Shania had mentioned there. Southern Motley County, winds 60 miles an hour, maybe that tennis ball size hail. And I'm reading the information off the Weather Service chat line here. Flash flood warning is still in effect for the Matador area. That means generally Motley County, anywhere in that region. There's intense rainfall. We cautioned you a little bit earlier. Even though there's an appeal of trying to see if there's a tornado of the storm, we want you to stay out of that area. Just let the folks, our emergency vehicles, if they're necessary, and obviously there's a lot of chasers up in there. Our meteorologist Adam Young is up there watching that storm closely. Look at the hail that Shania mentioned there along Highway 70. in the Glen area almost, and now has worked its way up into Roaring Springs. And by the way, if you have photos, you have video, you have anything that you think would be important for us to know, please upload that. KCBD.com First Alert, KCBD.com/First Alert. You can do that through the weather app, but obviously you can go online. So that's KCBD.com/First Alert. That way we can get that video on. We certainly appreciate any information you can provide with that, with the video and the photos as well. So warnings in effect, tornado warning, the big concern through 5 o'clock, the larger polygon here does include East Afton. Notice the large hail. The general rotation with that, problem with this storm is that could be a rain wrap if it develops tornado. They've had some reports of funnel clouds. Let's see here. Tornado warned storm is now moving southeast. It picked up a little bit, 10 miles an hour, and they're watching the Weather Service some other storms further east, but they're out of our viewing area. I'm just reading off the screen here, but let's see where that storm is. And once again, so it's beginning to make a little bit of a move. You see a little bit of a hook there, but you can see East Afton, northern areas of Dickens County. Obviously an update on the flood warning from Matador all the way down north of East Afton. That means it's going to be flooding along Highway 70. It's going to add to the traffic danger there due to the heavy rainfall, the high winds, and the fact there's a lot of chasers there and likely some emergency vehicles as well. So just try to stay out of that area. If you're at home in East Afton, you live in northern Motley County, or pardon me, northern Dickens County, southern Motley County, you want to make sure that you just stay where you are and keep that KCBD First Alert weather app with you. Matt?
Yeah, if we could go over to Max 2, and one of the issues John had mentioned about the concern of this potentially being a rain-wrapped tornado is we're still seeing on the velocity, which green, the brighter greens, that is Doppler radar indicating wind moving toward Lubbock. Red that you're seeing just to the south, just to the northeast of Elton, southeast of Glen. Let me point out right here where we're seeing the reds right here. That is wind moving away. Green is moving back toward Lubbock. The issue, though, is this is far enough away from the radar site that the radar is scanning about 4,000 feet off the ground. Also, this is about 1,000 feet elevation lower than here in Lubbock. So we're scanning about 5,000 feet up. So we're not getting the lowest level scan of it. All that to say is that still what we're seeing on radar is showing enough rotation to be concerned that it could produce that tornado. So this is what the wind is showing right now. Let's go to where the rainfall is, and you can see that is a whole lot of rain right there. We're still seeing that hook, but this is why we're concerned that even though there are several weather spotters on this thunderstorm, including our Adam Young, it's going to be difficult as low as the cloud bases are and as much rain that is falling. It's going to be difficult to spot a rain-wrapped tornado. So that's why the National Weather Service has continued this tornado warning, because we're still seeing strong enough returns, strong enough rotation on radar to be concerned with it. Going back to the velocity right here, stepping back, this is at 434, so we'll step back a few minutes here, and over the last few scans we're still noting some rotation indicated here, so strong enough to be concerned with what we're seeing as far as what the radar is presenting us. And I know you're saying, okay, if I'm just trying to watch golf here in Lubbock and it's not storming outside, well, the reason we're so concerned here is the temperature near the storm is in the 70s, but farther upstream the temperature is in the upper 80s at Spur right now. It's 96 at Jayton. So as the storm holds together, not only could it be producing a tornado, a really serious, dangerous thunderstorm in northern and northeastern parts of Dickens County. That's FM 193 that you see running toward East Afton. But as this thunderstorm starting to pick up its speed a little bit, about 10 miles per hour, that's still really slow. As it moves southeasterly toward Dickens, or perhaps southeastern Dickens into western King County, the environment ahead of it is going to support in at least maintaining its strength, if not intensification. So this is one of these days where, depending where you are across our area, the temperature outside your window is either in the 60s or in the mid-90s. Temperature is 95 in Lubbock, it's 88 at Idlew, it is 68 at Floydada. When you get these thermal gradients, the difference in temperature, that can help organize storms and also can be a spot to watch for thunderstorms to move a different direction and rotate more. So all we're saying here is that this is a dangerous storm. And because it is far away and because it could be rain wrapped, it's going to make it pretty difficult for us to get a true eye on the ground confirmation of it. But everything we have to look at it, John, shows us that this is still a serious storm, and that's why the National Weather Service is continuing this tornado warning here until 5 o'clock. John?
Thanks so much there, Matt. And I'm going to ask our Director Russell if he might be able to take our 98th Street camera here from the station just to show folks what it looks like from here if you haven't been outside here in Lubbock. And until we know for sure if there's a tornado on the ground or anything like that. But if we can get that camera up, we'll show you here in a second. But as Matt had mentioned, now I'll step back out of that shot. And you can see those thunderstorms. Obviously, we are a long way from there. And Matt's going to pan that around, and you begin to see some of our towers. You actually look towards the areas north, and you can see some of the tops of the clouds breaking through, at least initially here, but this is a very large area of thunderstorm activity, very intense and severe, but still a long way from Lubbock, but it gives you a vision of what is taking place here. We have the very hot temperatures, as Matt mentioned. There they have very cold temperatures. That's the front headed here. We're going to see gusty winds as that front rolls through, and we're sitting at 96 degrees. If you look at the dew point is 55, so we have plenty of moisture in place. Now dew points are much higher. I think Matt mentioned around 70 degrees or so out to the east, so they got a ton more moisture there than us, at least for the time being, especially that storm and the rain will add to that that's in there, but with that front moving through. Now thunderstorms are occurring down south. Oh, a quick dew point. Thanks there, Shania. And I'll just let you go over the numbers on that if you'd like.
Yeah, John, especially for areas off of the Cap Rock where you're kind of seeing those darker green colors. Let me see, I can put my dew point. Okay, there it is. Where you're seeing the darker green colors, that's at least looking at dew points somewhere within the 60s, up to 68 in Childress. That's a lot of moisture, especially as their temperatures are beginning to drop down, almost becoming super saturated. I think earlier, Matt was reading off some of them. We were looking at air temperature around 73, dew point at 71, almost completely full of moisture in that environment. Here in the Lubbock area, 55 for the dew point, still enough moisture to get a few storms going, especially with our temperatures in the 90s, but things are drier back off to the west. That's where we're not seeing really any type of storm development right now. 39 for the dew point in Hobbs right now with the air temperature at 95. Not going to be enough to get storms fired up near that Texas-New Mexico state line, but of course, temperatures cooler once we look off to the east where you're seeing the lighter greens and the oranges on there. That's exactly where those storms are really starting to fire up, where they have the most moisture. Earlier, temperatures were warm there, really kind of starting to cool down in relation to the fact that those storms are beginning to fire up, cooling down the environment within those areas. Still looking at that tornado warning in effect again till 5 p.m. And the reason the Weather Service is still keeping that warning on there is because it does have that potential to be rain wrapped, may not be able to see. So just telling everyone, especially in the East Afton area, to stay alert. Make sure you're following those tips, getting into the lowest point of the home, the center of the home, away from your windows, mirrors, any type of glass or anything like that, covering your head, helmets, clothing, blankets, just making sure you're taking those precautions because this storm is capable of producing that tornado, and we'll bring up those tornado safety tips. Again, middle of the home is going to be the safest place. You want to be close to walls, not windows. You're trying to get down, lowest point in the home. Also covering up, like I said, pillows, blankets, helmets, anything to protect your head, the rest of your body in case you do have that storm move through your area, bringing that tornado potentially. We want to make sure that doing all the safety tips there and taking those precautions, especially again because there is a pretty good chance that you may not be able to see this tornado rain wrapped. A lot of rainfall being produced. They have that flash flood warning in the same area, severe thunderstorm producing large hail, tennis ball size is what the Weather Service most recently updated us with that. So that storm just very dangerous, really dangerous storm. John?
All right, thanks so much, Shania, for all that information there. I do want to mention there's an update from the National Weather Service. They say that storm is now moving east 20 miles an hour. And they also have a mention there, and I think Shania mentioned that city of Acton, you're going to see some very strong winds, but that's not tornado winds, and potentials for some very large hail. Then that storm continues to be a danger. The warning still in effect till 5 o'clock. Obviously, East Afton here is an area that could be a point for concern, but you can tell a little bit of a more eastward turn as the Weather Service indicated, and it's picking up a little bit in speed, more to 20 miles an hour. So if you're not in your safe shelter area, you need to be there immediately. And if you live just to the east along Farm to Market Road 193 or north of that in Dickens County, you need to be seeking shelter at this point just to be safe until this storm moves through, because it's moving your way a little faster now. It looks like the hail potential is further north and quite a bit of hail near Glen, especially northeast of that community. The warning goes all the way down to Croton, but with the storm going east, it doesn't appear to be a threat to Croton, but again, along Farm Market Road 265, looks like just folks in that general area. I'm giving you markers. You want to make sure if you're within that polygon of the red, you need to really just be in your shelter and stay there until this storm makes its way eastward. The warning remains in effect through 5 o'clock pending any changes, and the Weather Service, I thought they might be sending a new update there, but let's see. Further, southern King County storm is not strong enough for a warning. I know we have some viewers in King County. The area is in around Guthrie. That is not strong enough for a warning. And as we look here now, we can see a little bit of red there around East Afton. As Matt was mentioning a few minutes ago, I couldn't really tell on this monitor earlier, so I'm glad he pointed that out. But you can see some there, and again, the blue and the green there. So it's still showing some rotation in that particular area. And we still have meteorologist Adam Young up in that area, but he's repositioning. And it's going to take a while because of the 2-lane roads, the traffic, and obviously he's got to be careful with the rainfall. He is in a truck, so it's a higher elevation off the ground, but it may take him a while to get around in a position to see what's going on and give us some more live footage, but he's still up in that area. As far as East Afton, you need to be prepared. Further to the east, should this storm continue, folks in Dumont, you want to make sure you just remain alert. Anybody in this general area from Delwyn back to Russellville, I know there's a lot of small, great communities in this area, and Finney, and then down south, looks like there's some hail now along north of Guthrie, along Highway 83, and that may be 1-inch size hail. Is not a warning on it. Here's the warning on the one that extends a little bit further south of Guthrie down in Stonewall County. Nothing around Jayton at this point as far as hail. You can see the intense hail with that storm south of Roaring Springs, and then some shower and thunderstorm activity in Kent County. This happens to be our focus, and I know Matt has mentioned that, and even Shania. We're sorry that we're covering up golf, but if you lived in that area, you would definitely want to know what we're telling folks about. So we've got to keep in mind the people living there, and we appreciate you folks here in Lubbock wanting to watch the golf, or in other communities. Just being patient there and let us keep these folks safe, and maybe this will expire coming up at 5 o'clock. Guthrie, that thunderstorm, the severe part looks like it will stay north, and then also moving out well away from Jayton and Stonewall County, a strong thunderstorm there, the severe thunderstorm, but that's actually out of our viewing area. So the focus here, you can see the little bit of that still hook. Floyd County, that storm weakened, fortunately there. And then around Petersburg, persistent area, I know we've got all the wind turbines indicating it looks like rain, but this is your shower. You can see it moving here, moving into Floyd County. Here's the boundary coming into the city of Lubbock. It'll see what the wind speeds will be interesting on that. And if you recall, Shania was pointing out how dry it is to the west. Keep in mind the front is coming in. That's going to provide some lift, and that's why there's a watching effect for the hail in Lubbock County areas, because that dry air, a weak dry line, that's going to get enough lift that we may see some storm development still along that front, and if it develops, it would likely move east or even northeast. So that's one reason that they likely included us in that frontal boundary. Dew point of 55 is not as good as to the east as far as severe weather, but it's enough to produce a severe thunderstorm. And again, this is a tornado watch area, including Lubbock and Plainview and Hale Center, all the way down to O'Donnell and Tahoka as well. But that front will continue moving southwest. It collides with the drier air. We'll be watching that. I know the Weather Service will some, but their focus obviously is right here on this potential tornado storm. And there's the boundary. Looks like the front is about to edge its way into Crosbyton. So temperatures start going down. And we'll keep an eye on what the temperature ends up. I don't know what the record is for today, but I know we got up to 105 yesterday, which was fortunately short of a record. But again, focus right here, northern areas of Dickens County. That tornado warning still in effect for about another 15 minutes, pending any changes from the National Weather Service. Let's see here. Well, let me see. Weather Service is answering a question. Someone asked, are there any funnel reports recently? And the Weather Service says no. They're going to take the tornado warning back to radar with ping-pong size hail. So we'll continue to watch. So there's still some very large hail, but you can tell that the hail intensity has decreased, it appears, in that area from south of Russellville all the way down to northwest of Afton. So maybe the storm is weakening just a little bit. That cooler air settling in, but there's still plenty of moisture, plenty of instability there. And notice that interesting track as Shania backed that up and gave you an animation of large hail on 70. Keep in mind, this is still a dangerous thunderstorm. If I say it's weakening, that doesn't mean you can relax. I want you to stay in your safe areas in East Afton, particularly northern areas of Dickens County. And if you're in a safe shelter or at least close to it in Croton, and you want to stay there, and I believe it's Croton, that's the way I pronounce it. If that's incorrect, just please let us know. And a quick reminder about the kcbd.com/first alert. Please upload photos and videos if you're in a safe area. We don't want you to do that otherwise. Matt?
Yeah, if we can go to max 2, and I mentioned a few minutes ago, we are scanning, about 5,000 feet off the ground, so not at the lowest level, but unfortunately the rotation has actually increased. We'll step this back to 4:30. Then move it ahead here to the current time. Most recent scan was at 4:45, and the greens and the reds have actually become a bit more intense. And this is actually a little bit farther. I think there are 2 different areas of rotation that we are watching here. One is a little bit farther back to the west here, but noticing much stronger wind. And this is what John mentioned a few minutes ago about the stronger wind that would be moving into East Afton. So the bright green you see, that is wind coming inbound. That's from east to west, moving back toward Lubbock, and then the strong outflow wind here from East Afton. So going back to what the radar presentation is here, there may be that rotation on the farther west end, but I am seeing stronger rotation now as the storm has actually picked up its speed a little bit, now about 20 miles per hour, but starting to see more significant rotation indicated here right along FM 193, so near East Afton. And as it's picking up speed now, this could actually take it a little bit closer toward Dumont and northeastern parts of Dickens County. But just wanted to give that update here. John, that at least the last couple of scans, what we're seeing here on radar is indicating that this thunderstorm is not done yet, and it is still showing that rotation, John.
That is true. Thanks so much for that update, Matt. And again, it's a great advantage to have Matt back there where he's looking at it. He can look back on the rotation and exactly pinpoint what's taking place with this. And we can continue to give you our views here on air, Shania and I. And you can see that storm. And again, hail coverage may have changed, but again, there's a lot of intense rainfall with that. And in East Afton, still some strong winds likely. Stay in your safe shelter area, as I mentioned, northern areas of Dickens County. A little further to the east, Dumont, you want to make sure you stay in safe shelter. And a couple of storms further east, nothing really significant. That severe storm is well south, at least right now, down in the areas south of Guthrie and then around Paducah. You're beginning to see some of the impact of this storm system as it's bringing some rain your way. Zoom in here in Floyd County. Now, this was a severe thunderstorm earlier. They decreased that, but it looks like the hail coverage area and maybe the size of the hail has intensified some. This is north of Darty here, and this is along Highway 62 coming out of Floydada. So that will work its way into the areas of Motley County. And keep in mind, flood warning in effect covers a pretty significant area of Motley County from Matador all the way down in northern Dickens County. So this is simply going to add more rainfall and enhance the flooding potential in and around this portion of Motley County towards Matador in particular. So we urge you to travel cautiously or not go that way if it's possible, at least over the next few hours. And we got a new view here from meteorologist Adam Young on our live unit up in areas. And I don't know exactly where he is, but as soon as we find out, Shania or Matt may know where he's located exactly, but does give us a good perspective on the base of that storm and where what he is looking at. And once again, he's going to stay where he is safe and where he's out of the way of any traffic flow or anything like that.
Yeah, he's just outside of Dickens, kind of just northeast of town. So looking back to the northwest on this storm, that last few scans, the rotation has increased once again. So he's just south of the thunderstorm there that's moving toward East Afton.
All right, thanks for that update, Matt. And I do want to mention the Weather Service now saying golf ball size hails reported 1 mile east of Afton. So that again is within that warning area, and we were concerned about Afton initially for some winds, East Afton for the strong winds, and again potentially some rotation and a tornado close there, if not additional funnel clouds or rotation, just not certain at this point with that storm. But notice again, that's the key area as far as the tornado warning. Frontal boundary continues to edge from Crosby headed towards Littlefield. Nothing in the way of new development here. Getting some developed backside of that front up towards the Texas Panhandle, out of our viewing area. Scattered showers down in Kent County, scattered showers and storms between the Gale community and Snyder. Nothing severe there, but most of the central and eastern South Plains, at least along the interstate, I should say, and to the east, are right now under a tornado watch. We have the tornado warning still occurring here, and the large hail just east of Afton. That intense thunderstorm here is in Stonewall County. That tornado watch extends still for the Silverton and Plainview area, including Lubbock, all the way down into Lynn County, including Zahoka and O'Donnell. But our western areas, southern areas, no watches at this time. Obviously, if it looks like storms will develop there, this watch could be extended, or our thunderstorm watch might be issued for that area. Back to the east, we'll take a look on our tornado warned storm, and we're coming up on 452. We'll see if they extend this based on the rotation with that storm system Matt had pointed out, or if they let this storm expire. And I keep looking over here because that's where I get my information from the National Weather Service on a chat line, as we all do back here on our radar, on our computer screens. Afton, just stay where you are in your safe shelter at this point, along Farm to Market Road 265, and then back to the west towards Glen. Moderate to heavy showers there. Still some hail potential with this storm. Generally northeast, a little bit of Afton, well northwest of East Afton. Complex storm system working its way east. There's Dumont, just north of Farm to Market Road 193, and then further east in community of Finney, well in our eastern areas, and Delwyn, just moderate showers. But this intense and severe thunderstorm continues to progress. It has picked up a little bit in its speed at one point. You may recall, if you've been with us, for the last 30 to 40 minutes, it was only tracking at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Picked up a little bit of speed now, going a little more to the east at about 15 to 20 miles an hour, at least on the last reported. Nothing has really been updated at this point from the National Weather Service, but watching to see, well, looks like they've expanded. It looks like the tornado warning. I'll wait to see what the text indicates here, and that may be because that secondary rotation that Matt had noticed a few minutes ago there. Did I see a hand, Matt?
Yeah, and we can go to live view 1. Adam's got a good vantage point here. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning. So this is the third one of the day for this storm. Tornado warning for northeastern Dickens and southeastern Motley counties until 5:30 at 4:52. This severe storm you're looking at live right now, capable of producing a tornado, was 5 miles east of Afton or 11 miles northeast of Dickens. It's now picked up speed. It's going east about 25 miles per hour. That's why the polygon you just saw a moment ago is a bit larger. So it has the potential still to produce a tornado and could produce hail now up to 3 inches diameter. So it has a lot of energy to work with to produce that large hail, in addition to the threat of producing a tornado. So we're keeping a close eye on it right here. Like we've mentioned over the past hour, the concern is there's so much rain. I mean, this storm is producing some flooding with the torrential rainfall. So this tornado, if it does produce a tornado, could become rain-wrapped. Those are really difficult to actually spot. So Adam is on this storm right now. And you can see he's still a few miles away from it, keeping a safe distance. But this is the storm that has prompted really the far southeastern edge of Motley County, generally about the northeastern, about 40% or so. That wouldn't make sense if you sliced up a county into quadrants. Northeast, about 20% or so of Dickens County is where this storm that Adam is watching live right here that could again produce a rain-wrapped tornado. So that's why a new tornado warning has now been issued until 5:30. John?
Thanks so much, Matt, for that update. And again, you can see obviously the coverage area there. And I guess, Shania, if you zoom in a little bit, maybe we can pick up some of these county roads and also these communities in that region. And obviously Dumont, we've mentioned that several times. You're right on the boundary of that tornado warning. And it looks like this may be mostly open countryside, obviously out in this region, but generally along Farm to Market Road 193. And East Afton, you're still in the old warning, but it appears well, you may still be in the new one. We'll see how it expands out. Yeah, it does extend from 193 through Afton back on to the east, and again back up towards the community of Dumont. The problem is We may not be able to see this directly or get reports from Adam or someone else, so we want you to stay in your safe area. And for those of you a little further south where that warning includes now's the time to be making preparations to get in your safe area. And I think Shania could probably call that up rapid enough and give us an update and a reminder of what you need to do.
Yeah, if we can go to Max 2, we'll pull up some of those safety tips. Again, you really want to be in the middle of whatever home or building you are in. Be closer to the walls, not windows or mirrors, anything with glass. If you can go underground, that would be great. If not, just going to the lowest point in that building or in your home. Also making sure that you're covered up. Use pillows, blankets, mattresses, helmets, anything to make sure you're protecting your head from any potential debris that could come through flying if a tornado is on the ground. Just really emphasizing though, staying away from the windows and being in the middle of whatever home you're in and getting down and covering up. If you are anywhere within the tornado warning, you want to make sure that you're taking these precautions. Better safe than sorry, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, of course, with the warnings, radar indicated. Haven't had any reports of a funnel necessarily yet, but how Matt just showed you, the storm's still very intense and still capable of producing that tornado. That's why the Weather Service extended that warning, redrew that polygon to give a better idea of what areas may be affected. So the community of East Afton, of course, Dumont, Croton, I think was the other one, if I'm saying that one right. Making sure that you're just taking those precautions. If you have friends and family in those areas, let them know to kind of keep a phone with them so they can get their alerts. Some type of battery would be helpful as well, so nothing dies on them. And then letting them know that, you know, they do have this warning and making sure that they are taking those safety precautions. John?
All right, thanks so much, Shania. I appreciate you going over that again. And when you go in there based on those safety things, and Shania mentioned that if you take your telephone, make sure you've got a portable charger with you there. You may lose electricity. And think about the fact, the reason I'm mentioning this, a couple of weeks ago, we had a potential tornadic storm headed towards Lubbock, and I'd alerted my wife and I said, you need to get in our tornado safe room. We have a shelter from our closet built for that. And so she's lived with me long enough, she began to think, what do I need if a tornado were to hit my house or surrounding areas? So you don't have time to look for a lot of stuff, but think about it. You'll need your phone, you need some kind of portable charging for that, you need some water, you'd probably need a flashlight, you know, if this hangs around, especially if it were to happen in the dark. So just keep those extra thoughts in mind, and I don't want you to go around looking for everything, snacks. Just keep the fact that you want some way to communicate should this thing produce a tornado and cause some damage there. So here's East Afton again, giving you an idea. We've talked about that storm and that location. Dumont a little bit further to the east there, and this storm continues to track onto the east. It probably doesn't matter to you if my coat's buttoned or not, so I'm going to leave it undone here. A little warm on this side. And then towards Finney, thunderstorm activity there is not severe, but once again we have another merger that may take place. Another storm. We had one storm combined with this one earlier. Now we have another one that's going to work its way towards Delwyn and combine with this, and we'll see if that causes any change. Matt?
Just want to answer a couple of the questions. If we could back out to the South Plains on Facebook, you know, folks understandably asking, you know, what about Lubbock? You can see Lubbock is under the tornado watch. We don't have a storm here right now. We do have the front on the northern side of Lubbock County right now entering in, but Lubbock is not in any severe weather threat right now. Asking about Crosbyton, you can see that it's clear around Crosbyton right now. The storms have picked up speed over the last few minutes. In fact, if we can go back to, or actually we'll keep the radar here for just a second, can show you that the tornadic storm has picked up about 15-20 mile per hour eastward motion. But those were the questions, some of the most recent ones asking, you know, what's the setup here, where are the storms going, and if we'll widen out to get a good part of the rolling plains to give you an idea of what else is out there. This storm is not moving toward Childress. We have a viewer there asking, you know, is it coming my direction? It's cooler in Childress. You could still get a storm, but the greater severe threat is where it's hotter and more unstable. And that is south and southeast of where the storms are right now. The storm that's over Dickens County right now, it's 83 at Spur, 95 right now at Jayton. So as these storms move farther south and east, that's where it is. There's going to be a whole lot more instability. It's 98 right now at Lake Allen Henry, 92 you see there at Snyder. So that is Those are all the latest, the environment for this thunderstorm as it continues moving farther south and east. And John, we do have new information now. We can go back to live view 1. National Weather Service says we do have a confirmed tornado now on this storm. Also, 4-inch hail is being reported just to the east of Afton. So Adam is on the storm right here, just south of it by a few miles, but observers have confirmed a tornado. In fact, I'll give you the latest information here on the tornado warning from the Weather Service. And the warning continues until 5:30. At 4:59, a confirmed tornado was 8 miles west of Dumont, or 15 miles northeast of Dickens. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour, so potential for softball-sized hail and potential, or now confirmed, tornado with this storm. John?
Thanks so much there, Matt. And again, we're taking a live view here from meteorologist Adam Young. And you can see obviously the dark area located here. We can't see that. Maybe rain wrapped. I don't see where it says that indicated, but obviously some very large hail that Matt had just mentioned. So again, Adam has a great location on this, but the fact is so much moisture, so much rain possibly wrapping around that tornado. And there are a lot of chases there. I saw some notes from Adam talking about there's a lot of people out watching. You can see one there. So we're encouraging you to not go that way. Stay where you are, and especially if you're in the area where it's raining intensely and you don't want to obviously leave if you live in the areas around Afton to Dumont because of this storm in your region. But it does give us a great shot of that, and Adam will continue to watch, and if he's able to see anything that might visually show that tornado, he will let us know immediately. He's in contact with Matt currently, constantly through phone, and again, he will also keep himself safe in relationship to where this storm is. He's talked about the difficulty with traveling maybe on some of these 2-lane roads, and obviously the rain that's involved with this system. But keep in mind those notes we made for those of you that live in the northern areas of Dickens County. Now that you know there's a tornado on the ground, you need to stay in your safe place if you're within the warned area. And we'll go back to our Doppler radar and we can show you where that warned area is. And again, you can see rotation. Here's your green, your blue, and again, that's going to be just to the east. And I know there was one back to the west a little earlier. I'll just focus on this one, but this is the area. Now, I'm not sure where Adam is located, but it does show you again how that storm has developed. You see that rotation, the in and outflow of winds coming into that, so that's where the rotation would be with the tornado associated with that. So for those of you in Dumont, you especially, and there's the hook indicated with that, want to be in your safe place right now. And if you're on a farm or a ranch anywhere out here east of East Afton in the northeastern and eastern areas of Dickens County, you need to be in your shelter at this point. For you folks down in Croton, it looks like you're clear of that storm, and right now I would say you're clear depending on any sudden changes in the storm in East Afton, but you've got some intense rainfall still occurring. Same thing back in Glen, the storm appears to be more to the east, obviously with the rotation on that storm, working its way through that east and northeastern areas of Dickens County. And there's Farm to Market Road 265 for indications, and Farm to Market Road 193. Very large hail up to the north and northwest of that storm. Here's the community of Dumont, so you need to be in your safe shelter area, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, and the outlines on that. And make sure you've got a phone with you, and make sure that you maybe have some covering for your head. Closets, bathrooms, hallways, typically the safer areas towards the middle of your house, not in the garage, the living room. Unless you have one of those structured beds that are bolted to the floor, you don't want to be necessarily under the bed. You want to get some walls around you as well. Typically a small area like that. Hopefully you have a cellar. If you have a cellar or a basement, underground protection, you need to be going in there right now and have your phone with you, or it's got the KCBD First Alert Weather app, I hope, on that, and you can therefore be somewhat safe with that. But obviously communication will be impacted in that region if there is a tornado there. So you want to make sure you're just in a safe area. Look at the intense lightning with the storms, the core of that lightning, very intense where there's likely some large hail. And then back towards Glen, doesn't indicate any hail there, but you can see the positioning here. In fact, I'll just toss it back to Shania for a quick update on what the hail looks like with this storm and maybe some of the others as well. Shania?
Yeah, John, of course, we got that report earlier that hail was being reported up to about 4 inches. So extremely large hail. That's looking at softball size hail at the 4 inches. So just keep that in mind. Again, very strong and dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado. We had that report of a confirmed tornado on the northern Dickens storm. So where this warning is right now, does look like the strongest part of that storm system is passing through East Afton, so that area should begin to be clearing out. Still dealing with some heavier rainfall near it though. Storm making its way along FM 193 off to the east. It's an easterly storm motion making its way towards the community of Dumont though. So if you have friends and family there, let them know what's going on. If there's a chance that they may not be tuned in, just keeping them weather aware of the fact that there is a potential for a tornado to make its way through that community. A lot of lightning associated with this storm. Again, those hail reports getting up to 4 inches in diameter. So comparing that to the size of grapefruit, softball, still extremely large nonetheless, associated with that storm. And then of course the heavy rainfall, still looking at that flood warning for the Roaring Springs area, still getting a lot of moisture, but these storms are just capable of producing large hail, a lot of rainfall, and of course that tornado threat with it as well.
Let's go back to live view 1 since we do have a live look at this storm. I just wanted to bring it up. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, thanks there, Matt. Again, you can see the view there, and this is from meteorologist Adam Young. And again, a lot of folks in that area, but we want you to stay in your safe shelter. That's a key factor there. We're watching to see this, probably a rain-wrapped tornado with this storm. We haven't gotten any additional information from the National Weather Service. Keep in mind, they're not only watching this storm, they're trying to monitor reports that may be coming in from storm chasers on the other storms, as well as watching their radar, so we can't just get constant updates on this storm. They're quite busy with the other storms as well, especially with the tornado watching effect for all of the South Plains. So that's why we're giving it to you as we get it from the National Weather Service. And their last report was the confirmed tornado, northern Dickens area, and the 4-inch size hail just east of Afton. If you have any video from a distance or a safe area or pictures, kcbd.com/first alert. Please upload that. You can do it from First Alert Weather app, but the general address is kcbd.com/first alert. And we're talking about if you're in another thunderstorm, there's hail or video or anything you want to tell us about or show us, please upload that and we'll work on getting that on. At this point, I think Matt's checking a lot of that. You can see the lightning occasionally with this storm. There's been some quite intense lightning. I'll stand back a little bit so you can see an overall view of that storm. This is up in the Dickens County area, generally between Afton and Dumont. So if you live in that area, you need to be in a safe shelter at this particular time. And we've gone on about that quite a bit, I know. And a word of thanks to all of you that were watching the golf game. Just hang on there, and we do appreciate that. But obviously, when you got a tornado on the ground, we've got to stay with this so that we can keep the people in the path of that tornado safe as we can. But this is a very intense thunderstorm along and behind the frontal boundary, and that front is making its way into Lubbock now. And we continue to watch this storm system to see if there's any additional development, but none has taken place that we're aware of, at least the last time we looked at radar. And again, this is a great view from our meteorologist Adam Young up there with his camera set up. So he continues to monitor that quite closely, but at a safe distance. And obviously out in that countryside, there's not a road necessarily close or safe that he can closer to that. And plus the fact there's a lot of chasers up in that area and emergency personnel, so that adds to the potential that you've got to be careful of where you're driving up there. You don't want to get yourself into a position where you can't get out, especially if you're anywhere east and southeast of that storm system. So he continues to park at this point, watching it very closely, and you can see some lightning there. We can go back to our Doppler now. We can go to Max 1 and show you again, give you an idea. There's the hook of that storm. There's the large hail on the backside of that system as it moves to the east. Looks like the storm is clear of East Afton, clear of Croton, but again, if you're in the Dumont community, you need to be in your safe shelter at this point. The helmets, anything to protect you. And it looks like now we got a report northwest of Afton, 5-inch size hail mixed in with the other hail. It says the larger stones are few and far between. Obviously, they can still cause some damage. So that is back northwest of the Afton area. So here's East Afton, and so back out, this may be along Highway 70, southwest of Roaring Springs there, but you can see as you go, here's Glen and here's Elton down here. So there's Afton and East Afton there, and I'm waiting for Afton to pop up, but I'm not sure what the zoom is there that'll bring it on for us there as far as where it's located and give you an idea there. But it is in this area because you have East Afton and you have the Afton area. So again, there's Dickens, nothing around that community. North of it, a moderate shower near the community of Elton, and then along Farm to Market Road 193. Definitely some hail back up in here, northern areas of Motley County, southern areas of Motley County, southwest of Roaring Springs. Now looks like there's a little hail, but this is not a severe thunderstorm, no warning on it. But folks in Darty, you've got a very intense thunderstorm coming through. Some hail, but I'm going to assume that's well under 1 inch in diameter. There's no warning at this point unless it changes. Nothing around Floydada, and I guess we might as well zoom on out there and we'll show folks that we're getting the not phone calls, but information through streaming from Matt. And have you got a new update, Matt?
Just as we're zooming out, I wanted to point this out. We are getting returns over the southwestern South Plains now. And this is what the computer models were showing, that we may, by late afternoon, see some storms that could intensify as they move eastward.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Matt. We had talked about that a little bit earlier, especially with this frontal boundary drifting south. Maybe some intensification for these storms, a potential for that to develop. So keep in mind, Lubbock and Plainview, Tahoka, still under a tornado watch as well. All of our focus really has been in this area from south of Matador earlier, all the way down in the northern areas of Dickens County, and now just primarily northeastern areas of Dickens County. There are some other showers and storms in Dickens County. There's some thunderstorms to the north and northwest of Snyder along Highway 84. This kind of gives you that general idea. The front is actually along 84 to Littlefield, back up to the east of Muleshoe, and then back around Matador. Still some heavy storms occurring there around Matador, south and southwest of you guys. Still a flood warning in effect. That's the green area you see. And then that overlaps here where the tornado warning is in effect. There's a thunderstorm warning, by the way, in King County with a severe thunderstorm southeast of the community of Guthrie. Storm well to the east of Jayton, not a threat to Jayton, down around Scurry County. Scattered showers, thunderstorms there, nothing significant there. And even some new development taking place back in New Mexico, not likely to impact us, but the activity down here in New Mexico around Lovington will be impacting the Plains community and Morton, but moisture levels, at least the last time we checked, were low in this region, which would decrease that potential for severe weather. And notice that dew point 49. It's holding in 49 in Lubbock. It has dipped just a little bit here compared to 65 behind the frontal boundary up in Plainview. The 40s down in Seminole and Hobbs. Kind of a weak surge of the dry line. Look at the moisture wrapping around up in the Clovis area, but to the east, quite a bit of moisture there. So again, this thunderstorm cluster continues to make its way to the east. The latest reports, northwest of Afton, that 5-inch size hail just came in a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes after 5. That was 2 miles northwest of Afton, and that's a mixture of the very large hail with some other hail also. And there's McAdoo, here's East Afton, here's the Dickens community, and then you can see that intense hail occurring with that storm. And that's back in the southern areas of Motley County, north and northeastern areas, as you might expect, of Dickens County with that storm. And there's the community of Dumont. We keep emphasizing for those folks in and around, if you're in Dumont or live around that area, you need to be in your safe shelter. And just to be safe for folks even east of there, back over towards King County, and this region over towards Finney and well north of Guthrie, by the way. But this region here, you may want to make sure at least you're aware of what's going on with the storm, how it's tracking towards you. The last report was it was tracking about 20 miles an hour. There are some moderate showers along Highway 83 north of Guthrie, all the way up to highway where it changes to 82, back up into the areas between Delwyn and Chalk, and then back over towards Roaring Springs. And I'm going to turn now to Shania, and we'll let her give an update on some latest hail totals there, or hailfall amounts, I should say.
Yeah, John, still focusing on that storm system that has, of course, that tornado tag on it. Possible. They're right now redrawing the polygon once again, so it doesn't look like they're having plans to let that expire. So still posing a very large hazard, especially with them redrawing that polygon, adjusting to where they think that storm is moving. Just got a notification from the Weather Service, new tornado warning being issued. It's including Cottle, Motley, Dickens, and King County. Of course, you can see it there on your screen with that polygon. The warning will be tornado radar indicated, which is always better than us having someone see it on the ground. Of course, it'd be best if we just didn't have a warning, but we'll take the radar indicated before we would want a warning to say observed. And then that hazard, 5-inch hail, very large. Is that DVD size, John? If it's up to 5 inches, would that be DVD?
That's what it lists, and we'll consult our history department to let you know what a DVD is.
Right, but large hail nonetheless, larger than softball, larger than grapefruit, but emphasizing that the larger hailstones are few and far between, so it's not like that's all that this storm is producing. I'm sure there are some smaller hail associated with that. That's probably a little bit more common, but of course the larger ones are the ones that do the damage. So letting you know that some of those hailstones are getting up to 5 inches in that diameter. And then the storm, again, moving east at about 20 miles per hour, picking up some speed. Earlier, we were getting reports that the storm was only moving around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So really starting to increase, continuing to pick up that speed. We'll put a tracker on it to see, what do we say? East at about 20 miles per hour. So we'll just use that hail core for the example. I don't know if that's going to be far enough. Okay, yeah, so around 5:30, getting into the community of Dumont, almost 6 o'clock Finney, and then around 6:12. If it stays at this speed, that 25 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, it'll be within those communities around those times. So just keep that in mind. Warn your friends and family. Let them know to stay weather aware, especially with this tornado warning associated with this storm. John?
Let's go back to live view 1, just since we do still have the live visual of the storm. And radar is indicating right now the strongest rotation, if it is producing a tornado, is pretty much coming right down 193, moving toward Dumont. So that's why Dumont needs to be in a place of safety and actually try to make out on the right, kind of right edge of the screen, if that may be a funnel trying to develop. Yeah, right there. This is Adam's look. He's back a little bit closer to East Afton. And you may say, well, why isn't he just keeping up with the storm? Well, because Adam's not just going to drive through someone's field. He's going to stay far enough south on a safe side of this storm, but you can see it looks like that may be trying to reform once again, John.
As a matter of fact, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this storm does, and I know the Weather Service is watching it quite closely, and we were talking about the hail size, and if it's the size of a DVD, and again, this obviously is a DVD, I just don't have a ruler to measure for sure of what size that is, so I'm going to put this back over here out of the way. But on the serious side, once again, that is some very large and dangerous hail in itself, and as Shania had mentioned, few and far between, but that'll easily come through the roofs and stuff of some buildings there, and if it's being pushed by strong winds, it can even come through the sides of some buildings, especially if they're wood. So that's another issue to deal with, as well as a tornado that's on the ground. And so this is just a great view here from Adam. And unfortunately, staying in a safe area, unfortunately, just not a lot of roadways to travel on there, and not a way with all of the other folks traveling, to make sure we want him to stay safe, first of all, and get some great video here. And it looks like he may be moving.
He's repositioning. He's going to head back south, get on 82 to watch this storm and ride it on into Guthrie. Because if it does move a little bit more to the right, right now it's threatening Dumont and Finney. We can come back to the radar. Those are the communities with the greatest threat, but Guthrie's at the bottom right of your screen. And if it does move a little bit more rightward, could move that direction as well. So again, tornado warning, northeastern Dickens and northwestern King, as well as the far southwestern part of Cottle and southeastern Motley counties.
This has been a very intense storm there, and you know that, Matt and Shania, as it's worked its way over the last, I guess, hour and a half. We've been talking about this off and on. But the slow movement earlier was the issue, about 5 miles an hour, then it increased to 10 miles an hour. Now it's moving east 20 to 25 miles an hour. And we're going to see, again, notice another merger of a storm system, and there's even another one beneath here. So maybe that'll have a positive impact in weakening the storm, but that's just my the theory potentially on that. So we'll see if that takes place. And I'll back up a little bit, and you can see down here now there's Guthrie, and we can show you there's a pocket of large hail, but that's out of our viewing area, but that is Stonewall County there north of 83. There's the community of Haskell for reference point, and Knox City if you've been through those nice communities. Jayton here, nothing big in Kent County. Really, other than this storm here, it's just scattered thunderstorms further south down in the Dickens County area. This is the frontal boundary sagging south all the way up to Littlefield. Things are cooling down behind it. A few thunderstorms towards the Dimmitt area. Thunderstorms in the area around Kittiquay and Turkey, all the way down in the northern areas of Floyd County. Scattered thunderstorms throughout Motley County. Keep in mind, even though the severe part of this storm where the tornado is occurring is away from Matador, there's still a lot of flood issues, and rainfall continues to fall where there's a flood warning in effect. Now, there's not as heavy in Matador, but look at the intense rainfall, and now it looks like there's some hail associated with this secondary storm that's moved back in there around the Roaring Springs area, and very heavy rainfall as well. So you can see some indications of a hail there. Unfortunately, nothing like, this is the hail that may be up to the CD or DVD size here, mixed in with a lot of likely golf ball size hail or larger. So that's associated with this storm, and it's interesting to see how it's working on to the east, working its way. And Matt mentioned that, but the polygon does not include Guthrie. But for our viewers in Guthrie and the 4-6s Ranch, you guys need to be at least getting ready to get into shelter just in case this storm swings a little more southeast, or hopefully it'll just continue to, maybe it'll redevelop as far as these two systems merge together and not be quite so intense. Some large hail, though, headed for the Dumont area at this point. Back around the community of Chalk, moderate showers there, heavy rainfall. Southeastern corner of Motley County, very intense rainfall now approaching the Finney area. And for those of you between Dumont, Finney, you should be in your storm shelter, by the way, whatever that prediction may be, whether it's an actual basement or a cellar, closet, bathroom, hallway, that's where you need to be, away from the windows. And make sure you have your phone with you and a portable charger if you have that. Again, make sure you get covered up with something, whether it be a helmet or anything such as that. Very intense hail here, very intense hail in Roaring Springs, and some down south. And since we're on that topic, I'll just toss it back to Shania and let you bring out some numbers on that.
Yeah, actually, John, we just got a new warning on that storm system that's within the King and Stonewall County area, mainly just showing signs of it strengthening, golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So kind of our standard hazards when it comes to a warning on a storm, but the golf ball size hail a little bit larger. Normally our warning starts at quarter, so once we get up to golf ball, that's over an inch in diameter, almost 2 inches in diameter for that hail size. That's why they just re-updated that polygon. Of course, I'll switch to the hail tracker and maybe we can see kind of what's actually falling. Yep, that close to golf ball size hail. Of course, that has nothing on our other storm system that was producing the 5-inch in diameter hail, making its way over the community of Dumont. Again, keep that in mind. Hail that large can absolutely do damage, whether it be to roofs, your cars, any type of glass, anything like that. That large hail can absolutely break through that. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at some of these, or when we're talking about some of these warnings with that hail getting up to such a large size.
And I believe we've got meteorologist Adam Young on the phone now, and this is the first storm that blew up, and about 2:30 or so, it was nearly stationary to the west of Matador. It's finally picked up some speed, but this has been an interesting storm that's held together for hours, Adam. Do we have you now, Adam?
All right, good deal. Yeah, it's I would say really that this storm here has been probably one of the better environments out of any storm that we've seen so far this season, and that even includes like the Littlefield storm from a few weeks ago. It's still ingesting good air. I mean, this thing could actually probably keep going for a little bit longer, even as it moves out of our viewing area. If we have folks streaming that are, just out to the east of where we normally get to. But this storm actually has the capability of still going. And I'm going to be watching the cell merger that's going to happen with the storm that's off to the south as well. You mentioned how stationary that storm was. It really didn't start moving until that first big cell merger. And that's when it really tried to spin up and start to drop large hail also. But you also know how these cell mergers go. I mean, that's a monster of a storm off to the south too. It could actually combine to weaken both of them. But in the environment this is in, I don't think that's going to be what happens here.
Okay, well, that's good to know, Adam, that you'll be keeping a close eye on it. And what's interesting is that storm is so powerful that we actually have down in Kent County a storm there, another one down just northeast of Gale. Looks like really streaming into the parent storm that you're watching, but the big storm that's down in Stonewall County, it's kind of slowed down and it has some huge hail as well. So you're exactly right. It'll be interesting to see how they react to each other, those two storms. Also, something else, Adam, you mentioned the environment for this storm. It's been a while since we've had severe weather along a front where north of it the temperature is in the 60s and 70s, and south of it it's in the mid 90s. So there's a lot of energy ahead of these storms. Well, we'll appreciate it there, Adam, and he's going to keep a close eye as he's driving. I can tell exactly where he is right here, getting a little bit closer into King County.
Matt, be able to hear me now?
Yeah, now we've got you. I could see your signal dropped down. I knew exactly that's what happened. So now we've got you here.
Yeah.
Interesting environment.
Just the low spots off the cap rock. But yeah, you were talking about the front there when you dropped out, and that's going to be. You're exactly right, and how the storm has been able to manipulate like the front, even at its very early stages. I think sets a precedent for how it's acting. And then now we got this, and now we go to the west because I think the drive's starting to get a little active near that kind of quasi triple point.
Yeah, and so we're going to keep a close eye on that. So Adam's heading eastward toward, you can see as you start going, right as you get outside Dickens there on 82, you got the travel center off to the right. It's really cool with kind of the small little tributaries that run right there near the travel center. And then you start going up and down the beautiful rolling plains there as he's going into King County. Last year we were out there for the community coverage tour. It was a great spot there, but definitely busy out to the east. We can go back to radar, and like Adam just mentioned, John, the thunderstorm that is a little bit farther off to the west. I think it may be a thunderstorm. Let's put over the western South Plains. Let's see if we do have any lightning strikes yet just to the west of Levelland. While Adams east, we have another crew that we'll send out west, but just north of Sundown. Yep, right there, Shania shows that we just had the first lightning strike just to the north of Sundown. There's not a lot of humidity, but everything in weather is kind of a balancing act and relative to everything else. So while it's not really muggy and humid over the western South Plains, as expected, there's a bit of upper level energy. That is something else that will lift the clouds and eventually form into thunderstorms. That energy is moving overhead. So it'll be interesting to see that first storm that's developing and has strengthened just a bit to the west of Levelland, close to Sundown. As it runs into the front to its north, it's going to run into a different environment. We'll see if that may spin the storm a little bit more off to the east. It's 93 right now at Levelland and at Sundown. Behind the front, the temperature is 83 at Hart and 85 at Olton. So over in Lamb County, the temperature is about 8 degrees cooler, not cold, but cooler. So we'll keep a close eye on this thunderstorm, and we'll see how it reacts when it runs into that boundary, and we'll see if that actually guides it a little bit more off to the east. It's not severe at this point, but just over those latest couple of scans, we have some intensification on this thunderstorm right here. So let's see, and those are all the latest updates as far as the warnings that we have across the area. So Lubbock is under a tornado watch. No warnings, no severe weather in Lubbock right now. But Shania, you're tracking this thunderstorm here right on top of Dumont that still has that tornado warning, at least here for the next couple of minutes, and we may be able to, as it's pushing farther east, that tornado warning goes until 5:45. May actually be able to take a quick break and go to nightly news here in just a few minutes, but for the moment we're still going to stick with this thunderstorm, and that is still producing some really large hail, Shania.
Yeah, it is, Matt. We haven't gotten any new reports, but going back to the largest report that we've had all throughout the day today, radar indicated 5-inch hail. So again, didn't have a spotter necessarily give us that report, but the radar indicating extremely large hail being produced with this storm. Remember, we're comparing that to DVD size, larger than softball, larger than grapefruit, just really large hail associated with it. Of course, heavy rainfall producers as well. Probably a lot of localized flooding along many of these areas, especially where you're seeing those brighter reflectivity levels, the reds and the purples. Of course, when we're looking at the purples, that's indicating the large hail, but then also getting those red reflectivity levels on there, indicating some very heavy rainfall. Weather Service saying they're likely going to be issuing another flash flood warning for now King and Stonewall counties, which slowly making its way outside of the viewing area, but still producing a lot of rainfall with this storm system as well. Large hail associated with it. That's why we have that warning on there. Earlier they said golf ball size hail, that warning in effect till 6:15. Also producing a lot of heavy rainfall. They're about to put a flood warning onto that storm system. That's just southeast of the Guthrie community, looking northeast of Jayton area. Still really focusing on, though, that tornado warning, still producing a lot of heavy rainfall, still a very strong storm system. We've been tracking the same storm for at least an hour, if not longer than that, and it really hasn't died down at all with its intensity.
Yeah, and the greatest rotation has now moved on to the King County side of the line. We can go over to a max 2 and take a look and show you that latest indication is we see those brighter greens and the brighter red that you're seeing looping right here. That is indicating the rotation just to the southeast of Dumont. We were giving you the heads up and said, Dumont, you need to be in your place of safety. That still is the case. But if anything looks like, if it is still producing a tornado, it's passing just a couple miles to the south and east of Dumont and still has Finney straight ahead. The tornado warning does not include Guthrie. We mentioned it earlier because we thought that, you know, if it turns a little bit more to the southeast, it could be a threat to Guthrie. On the current track, that warning that goes here for the next 14 minutes does not include Guthrie. But still, it's going to be crossing over US 83 here over about the next 10 minutes or so. So that's where the strongest rotation is with that particular storm. And we'll go back to the more traditional, the radar presentation showing where, like Adam mentioned just a few minutes ago, he said, you know, it'll be interesting to see how these all kind of merge together. We'll see if that actually does disorganize the rotation just a little bit. It has ingested that southern Moore storm as it moved across US 82. And even just showing the environment that we have out there, this storm in southeastern Floyd County is really ramped up once again, or I should say, once again, we have a thunderstorm in this area. This storm just blew up last few minutes and it is already intensifying. And that just shows the environment that is out there to support the showers and thunderstorms that, you know, we're not done with the severe weather just yet. And it looks like that's some pretty heavy rainfall over an area that has seen a lot of rain. Shania?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Matt. A lot of these storms are probably going to be coming with some heavy localized rainfall for most of these areas, especially the areas that are not heavily populated. So where you're not seeing the well-paved roads and such, that's where you'll probably run into the most issues. So keep that in mind if you're in these areas and you're heading out and traveling soon. Dirt roads are likely going to be flooded, muddy. Make sure you're being careful if you are traveling within that. Matt, if you want to take a look at the storm, it does look like it's trying to die down.
Yeah, and that's hopefully it's that cell merger that decreases it just a bit. But we are seeing some more strengthening back probably just south of 193, which comes out of East Afton. Starting to see a little bit more intensification on the western side of it. But right on top of Dumont, you are getting heavy, heavy rainfall. But like you mentioned, Shania, it looks like hopefully this trend continues. What I've seen over the last few scans of the radar is the rotation is not as organized, and hopefully that means that the Weather Service will be allowed to, or will be able to, drop this tornado warning here as it expires in about 10 minutes. So at least some weakening there, and you see the new flash flood warning for King and Stonewall counties. These are prolific rain producers, but yeah, at least last few scans, Shania, it's a better trend that we are seeing some weakening on that tornado warning warned storm.
Right, and that warning going until 5:45. So like you said, just 10 minutes. We'll see if the Weather Service plans to redraw that polygon, extend that warning. Of course, that's always going to give us the indication of if they think that storm is starting to die down in its intensity. But you're right, a lot of heavy rainfall, especially over the community of Dumont, making its way towards the Finney area. You're still in that warning, so make sure you're seeking shelter. Delwyn as well, also in that warning, kind of covering those 4 counties for Motley, Cottle, moving into the Dickens and King County areas, that warning extending all over those. Of course, larger areas over the Dickens County and the King County for the warning, but for the most part, still a lot of heavy rainfall being produced from most of these storm systems. Front slowly making its way through the Lubbock area as we speak. Winds are going to pick up behind the front, potentially seeing some storm development as well. Also waiting to see what's going to happen with this Hockley County storm system once it encounters the front. Could potentially become more intense. Does look like an isolated shower going up east, northeast of the Littlefield area right now. Again, due to that front, as that front's making its way through, starting to see a little bit of storm activity firing up right ahead of those fronts, as well as those few storms that are in the southwestern portion of the viewing area.
And indicative of the lift moving this way, there's a severe warning over southwest of Clovis. That shows that there's some stronger energy that will be moving across our region over the next few hours, because there's some humidity behind the front as you get farther north. So there's actually more humidity to the north than farther south. Like in this part of New Mexico, but that just shows that there's some stronger lift moving this way, and that's also what's helping to develop those thunderstorms over the southwestern South Plains, which some of those could affect Lubbock here over the next couple of hours.
All right, thanks there, Matt and Shania. Let me get a little water and get my throat a little rest there. You can see as they've outlined the frontal boundaries moving in our region, I think if we can go to the tower cam again, and I think Matt will probably operate that, just give folks a vision of what they see. If you've been outside in Lubbock, but folks who may be watching us haven't, you may not have been outside, and we can show you what things look like. I guess this is from the station here, looking a little bit at this point out along 98th Street, I believe that is. You can see the showers and storms back to our west. That's what's trying to get organized ahead of the frontal boundary. Then we're going to swing it on around, and you can see as we come up to University here, we're going to be looking north and northeast, and I know those other storms are a long way from us, but at least it gives you an idea of what's going on. So we're really more concerned about what's going to develop west of us as far as in Lubbock. That activity to the east will continue to move away from us and hopefully off of the South Plains so folks can get a little relief from the heavy rainfall and the severe weather there. But we go back to Doppler now, and we can give you an idea of what we've been talking about the last couple of hours. This is our latest warning here. Looks like there's some hail headed for the community of Doherty. There's been showers and storms in and around that community and in southeastern Floyd County off and on, but not as intense as the activity to the east. But some rain, there is a warning that includes wake, and that may include the fact that this storm may be intensifying around Mount Blanco and may work its way towards that community. But generally, what they're really concerned with is the hail that may impact Doherty there as it works its way onto the northeast. That storm does not include, or that warning doesn't include Matador at this particular time. That could change depending on the track of that and how that storm interacts with all of the cooler air here, but there's still that flood warning in effect. Let's see here, quick update. Storm in southeastern Floyd County is, we've got the warning on that with winds of 60 miles an hour, maybe $half size hail. And that will go until 6:30, and then there's Stonewall County storm, and that's out of our viewing area. But if we have any viewers a little bit further east towards Aspermont, has some tennis ball size hail. So these storms are capable of very large hail, and this is that very intense thunderstorm here down in Stonewall County, but not really a threat, although the warning does extend up towards Guthrie. Looks like this storm is tracking more northeast, and there's the large hail indicated with that in Stonewall County. But that's obviously going to move into the southeastern corner of King County if we have some viewers likely in that region. And Guthrie under a thunderstorm warning. They're just adding that, extending up along Highway 83. And then that's back up in the areas of Motley County, it looks like at this point, in Cottle County as well. Still have the tornado warning in effect for this area, and this is where our concern has been. But as the storms are merging, as Matt and also Adam were talking about, interesting to see what happens with that particular storm. Let's see what the Weather Service says here. They are going to allow the warning to expire and replace that, which they've done now with a severe thunderstorm warning. Very large hail remains possible with the storm and obviously some flash flooding. It is moving east 15 miles an hour. That warning for the severe thunderstorm warning will expire at 6:45. So fortunately, they're going to allow, and they're dropping down the coverage area of the tornado warning, so that will be coming to an end, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning replacing that due to the potential for some large hail. So we can watch that storm system. And then the warning most recently here in southeastern Floyd County, some hail headed for the community of Darty. Frontal boundaries almost into Lubbock right now. It'll be interesting to see. Our winds should turn to the northeast, may pick up a little bit, maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour, and maybe see what happens with the interaction of these storms back over in the Hockley County area. And one little shower northeast of Littlefield, some other scattered thunderstorms still up around Caprock Canyon State Park and the community of Turkey. Obviously, there will be some campers at Caprock Canyon State Park, so showers, thunderstorms there. Likely to be some lightning with that thunderstorm, maybe some gusty winds, but it does appear there's no large hail and nothing as strong as winds of 60 miles an hour for the time being, and hopefully it will stay that way. But I know there's going to be some lightning for folks that are out camping. Look at the lightning here, but compare the lightning with this storm in the areas of southeast Floyd County with the intense lightning with this tornado warned storm and the current severe thunderstorm here. This is still that most intense thunderstorm we've had all afternoon on the South Plains, and one that's almost intense down here southwest of Knox City and north of the in Stonewall County, and then moderate showers around Paducah. But this is still a very intense thunderstorm here with the potential of the strong winds and potentially some large hail as it works its way through that region, and some very heavy rainfall. Keep in mind, this storm complex, although it is changing now, is a result of storms earlier up in Motley County and the frontal boundary. Looks like maybe a little upper level support, and that has produced that intense rainfall. So there's still rain falling in the flash flood warning areas, anywhere from Matador down to Roaring Springs, all the way down to the northern areas of Dickens County, and that's generally along Highway 70. Then you see the hail and the heavy rainfall here. That is southeast of Floydada, close to the community of Darty. Then back out southwest, a light shower north of Littlefield, one along 385, and some activity around sundown. So we'll monitor that. There's nothing really directly southwest of Lubbock. The activity here is moving northeast. It could veer maybe along the frontal boundary. We'll just wait and see what happens with that. But the showers and storms extend all the way out into Lovington, New Mexico. Track on the storms, that continues to be northeast as well. So still active around the South Plains, and we're watching this and kind of waiting for the tornado warning here to see how things go over the next few minutes. Flood warning in effect northeast of Jayton and just into the Guthrie area. That's due to that thunderstorm located in Stonewall County and a southeastern corner of King County, so it is dumping some heavy rainfall. So that's been one of the issues in addition to the large hail.
Yeah, and the good thing with that storm decreasing, we'll be able to go back to at least the second half of nightly news. But if you want to track these storms, we'll keep the radar up and the live views and everything else at kcbd.com. Right on the front page, we have that stream going so you can track what the storms are doing, and we will likely still have more storm coverage here as we go into later on tonight, John. But the good news is the Weather Service will be allowing that warning to become a severe thunderstorm warning. And at this point, yeah, we don't have Adam's signal, but we will be able to go back to our regular programming, John, thankfully, at least for the moment, based on what we are seeing. But Adam is still out there, so trying to see if he can get his signal back up. He was saying he saw something visually, so if he does, I guess at least if we have audio, let me know if we have Adam on the phone or line. Based on, okay, so we don't have your video signal, but what are you seeing, Adam, out there in King County?
Hey, I'll get out of the truck and check the video here in a second, but right now, I would be keeping a very close eye on this storm in Guthrie. The northern part where everybody's kind of watching it kind of seems like it's decaying, but we're starting to see a notch form the west of Guthrie in the storm. You probably see it pretty clear on radar. My gut And from what I'm seeing visually with a lot of upward motion, that's going to be the next cyclic part of the storm that's just to the west of Guthrie. So you got two parts of the storm in Guthrie you need to keep an eye on here over the next 15, 20 minutes.
Great, really appreciate that heads up, Adam. So, and we'll relay that also. He's out there and we'll be watching the storm. So if something changes and we do see that threat ramp up for Guthrie, we'll be back on. So he's keeping a close eye on that, John.
All right, thanks, Matt. So I guess we will return to network programming right now, and obviously we'll come back and update you on this storm system.
of Clarendon, but we're going to be monitoring that to show velocity. This does show there is still some rotation with to the north east of Floyd and to the southwest of Clovis. This particular storm does still have some rotation to it, but it is not near as tight as it was earlier when we did have that tornado on the ground, so that is a good sign. But if you are in Clovis, be sure to be keeping an eye on things. Make sure to have that First Alert weather app downloaded. If you have family in Clovis, give them a call. Be sure that they are paying attention to what is going on around them, because it is possible that we do still have some pretty severe, a good severe storm headed towards Clovis. We might see anything from hail to this. The rotation does look like it is weakening, which is a very good sign. But if you are in Clovis, be sure to just be keeping an eye on things. This storm still has a little bit of some pink in it, so the hail threat is still there. This storm has not diminished by any means, so be sure, if you are in the Clovis area, to be keeping an eye on that. So our chasers, let's see, Alex and Sheldon look like they're in Clarendon, and Kevin and Caleb look like they're over near Roaring Springs. They're still collecting hail, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, Dave, if either one of them, I haven't heard much from them here lately, so we might check in with them before we just send it out to somebody.
Yeah.
So while we're doing that, I'm going to just go ahead and walk through things again. No tornado warnings issued for anywhere in the Texas Panhandle or in New Mexico, Oklahoma. No tornado warnings issued for anyone in the News Channel 10 viewing area. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have some hail threats across the region. This one green polygon just in Motley County is a flash flood warning. Matador, just south of Matador, did see a cell that popped up in that region, and it stuck around for a while. It did drop a lot of rain, a lot of hail. That was where we did see reports of DVD-sized hail over near Afton and Patton Springs. So that area is seeing some flash flooding warnings just because of the amount of rain that was dropped in that one area. When that storm developed, it stuck around for a while. So we will be seeing some flash flooding risks in that area, in that southern portion of Motley County.
Hey, Shelby. I want to concentrate on Clovis.
Okay.
Folks there need to prepare. They got a severe storm coming in.
That one did get upgraded to a warning.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But, I mean, that's a nasty storm. Whether or not it has any strong rotation when it gets there, we don't know. But one thing I do know, you're about to get pounded by severe weather. People need to get indoors.
Right, with the hail.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. So a severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for that cell that was previously tornado warned that was north of Portales. This severe thunderstorm warning does not include Clovis proper at this moment, but that storm is tracking directly toward the Clovis area. So if you live in Clovis, we do have a pretty severe storm headed your way. We do not see any threat of tornadoes right now, but there is some pink and purple coloring in that cell, which does indicate some pretty significant sized hail. So if you live in Clovis, if you have family in Clovis, give them a phone call. If you are in Clovis, be sure to head inside, get indoors, get away from those windows, as there is a significant hail threat heading towards your area. I'm going to look at this warning and see.
TV cut in somewhere on the top of the hour.
So as of right now, they have downgraded that hail size a little bit, but the significant threat for some hail is still there. So if you are in Clovis, it is about to start raining in your area, and a lot of hail threat is coming that way, and just really, really heavy rain. So if you are outside, I highly recommend that you move indoors and you stay away from windows. There is also the threat of lightning with any of these storms. So be sure, if you are in Clovis or if you have family in Clovis, give them a call. Farwell, you are also in the crosshairs, not as much as Clovis though. This does look like the most severe part is going to track to the north and northwest of Farwell, but the potential is still there for some rain in that area. Melrose, you do have some light rain in your area right now. Again, the biggest place that we are keeping an eye on and we are concentrating on is Clovis right now. So let's see. Again, that warning does expire. If you are in Clovis, it expires at 6:30. Those of us here in the Texas Panhandle, that will expire at 7:30. So the severe thunderstorm warning is issued for another about 35 to 40 minutes. So we will be keeping a close eye on that one. That pink indication inside of that cell, that does indicate some very heavy rain, some potentially large-sized hail. So, and we cannot stress enough, if you are in Clovis, get inside, get away from the windows. There is the hail threat, there is heavy rain, there is the lightning threat. So be sure to be headed inside and get away
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, this is meteorologist John Robinson. I want to remind you we have a couple of watches in effect for the South Plains, a large part of the region under those watches. Watches from the Panhandle down to Littlefield, back to Levelland and Morton. This is a thunderstorm watch here in effect till 1 a.m. in the morning. Then a tornado watch remains in effect, as you can see, right along Interstate 27 to Lubbock and Tahoka, then eastward off of the Caprock to the Childress, Guthrie, and Jayton communities. No watches of any kind down to the south and southwest, at least not yet, or southeastern New Mexico. We'll give you a wide view of what's going on with thunderstorms, though. We've had an increase in warnings during the last hour, and one of the strongest storms really is in Lamb County. There's a couple of very strong storms, primarily threats of hail and high winds, maybe up to 60 miles an hour or more. You see some hail north of Sudan, also some activity in the form of hail. That's back northwest of Earth. Then around Muleshoe, some moderate rain and then a little more hail potential west of Sudan. This actually looks like it's back over just east of 214. That storm and this storm as well, generally tracking north to northeast. Some locally heavy rainfall. There could be some wind gusts of 60 miles per hour with that. Moderate shower to our east with one lone thunderstorm. It's still in a warning in the Guthrie area here near the 4-6 Ranch, pardon me. That is tracking northeast, and these are going east to northeast at about 20, maybe 25 miles an hour on the average. Primarily threats are the hail, maybe 1 inch in diameter, possibly larger, and those strong winds of 60. I'll mention quickly a flood warning, by the way, in effect for the northern areas of Stonewall County all the way up in the Guthrie area to the north, where you see the heavy thunderstorms there and a warning in effect. Dropping back down around Borden County, community of Gale, just southeast of it, and along 180 towards Snyder, there is a thunderstorm, a warning on this particular thunderstorm. It is tracking northeast once again. Looks like the hail may be diminishing there, but again, same threat basically, maybe winds of 60 miles an hour and possibly some 1 inch size hail. Then a storm area we're watching here, a warning in effect for Plains. That storm, as the polygon indicates, is tracking northeast, possibility of 1 inch size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. And that storm, if it stays on that track, you can see the polygon will continue to track towards the Levelland and maybe Lubbock area as well. So we're going to watch that closely. Now what you see here is a frontal boundary that's cooled us down here on Lubbock. So as that boundary encounters that storm, it may cause it to intensify. This particular storm, again, headed for sundown and then Meta, Opie-Dyke West around 9:18. So it's working its way towards Lubbock, and we have some rain. You may hear it here on our roof, but that's moved in the southern areas of the city of Lubbock. There's your frontal boundary moving away. This storm is not severe, but again, we are under a tornado watch in Lubbock County, so we're monitoring that thunderstorm fairly closely to see how it works its way towards our region. And as far as the storm in Plains, you can still see a little bit of hail indicated here, west and northwest of that area, and the storm is generally east of Bronco at this time. So we'll continue to monitor all of these storms, particularly the ones that are in the tornado watch area from Lubbock east and northeast. And this storm is not severe around Lubbock. We'll monitor that. We'll be breaking in updates as necessary, so stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. Stay tuned for updates on this First Alert Weather Day.
Let's see. There we go. Good evening here, 7:24. And I don't know if you're hearing it, finally rained here in Lubbock, wondering what is going on here. Well, we have a non-severe, really just shower at this point, but probably will grow up into an actual thunderstorm. This cable right here. So that's what we have over Lubbock right now. The severe storms are out over the western South Plains. A couple different storms we're watching at the current moment. And I did just get the alert here from the First Alert weather app. Lightning detected 9 miles from location here in South Lubbock. So that's a cool tool. Obviously, warnings aren't issued for lightning, but lightning means you got to head inside. Don't want to be outside. So especially, like a holiday weekend like this or through the summertime, when you can get the alert popping up from the First Alert weather app. Great tool to have. But again, as far as the severe storms that we have out there, the one we're watching in a more unstable environment is down over the southwestern South Plains. Temperature right now in Plains has cooled off a little bit with that storm nearby. It's dropped to 83, but just ahead of it, near sundown, the Texas Tech Mesnet site there has a temperature of 88. Brownfield's at 93. And you can actually make out that the front that has moved through Lubbock, put some of the lower radar returns on here to show you where that front is moving. You can see the line has pushed through. Now it's into northeastern Terry County. So behind that front, it's not as hot. You may be saying, okay, well, then why are we seeing thunderstorms develop? There's still enough instability there, and there's the upper lift working on a more humid environment. So it's cooler and also more humid behind the front, with the dew point in the 50s and farther north 60s behind the front. It's also cooler back behind it, but our interest will be as this front as this storm moves north and east, and we'll see how it interacts there a little bit closer to Brownfield, south of Levelland. So that's one storm right there. We'll go back to the more typical radar presentation, dropping some of the lower levels off and show you the thunderstorm that's up in Lamb County. It has larger hail indications, couple warnings right now. And these are, inch and a half diameter hail storms. One core just northeast of Sudan near Earth. Another one developed pretty quickly here near Baileyboro in Bailey County. That's not in a warning at the current time. Then also close to Lasbuddy, off to the southwest of Sunnyside, that next severe storm. Those are all lifting northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So as far as what we are seeing here in Lubbock, well, can show you a perspective here from South Lubbock. And we're looking back to the west here from our tower cam. Give you a different perspective, a little bit farther off, where it is raining at 98th and Slide. And then we'll go to the Avenue A perspective, where behind the front with the gusty wind, it kicked up the wind, and we've got some dust blowing around out there as well. But as far as what the storm is doing here, small little thunder shower. I'll put the lightning strikes on here. Not severe at the moment. Now we do expect some intensification of the thunderstorms that pop up, but a couple different small cores where it rains for maybe just a few minutes. It's only been a few minutes here at 98th and University, but one over southwest Lubbock, stretching down about to Loop 88 toward 98th Street to the South Loop, and that's between about Milwaukee, Frankford, Slide, and coming east here to University and about to Avenue P. Then another core that stretches from the interstate and Avenue A towards Southeast Drive and the Southeast Loop. And some more rain falling over in Buffalo Springs Lake Ransom Canyon, out that direction. You can see these have popped up just over the last few minutes here, and just a few lightning strikes. So again, what we have over Lubbock is not severe, and I know we're under a tornado watch. You're saying, okay, this storm popped up. What can we expect here? Not severe storm now. We're under a watch. We have the potential for severe weather, but I want to be clear that we aren't looking at anything all that loud right here on top of the city right now. Only lasts for a few minutes. Going through some of the comments here, it was earlier Eugene had asked, is Lubbock clear for now? For then it was. We're still under a watch. And I'll back this out to show what the South Plains has as far as current watches. severe thunderstorm watch is in place for the western South Plains. That goes until 1 a.m. That's Levelland, Morton, Littlefield, Muleshoe. That's until 1 a.m. in green. And then the tornado watch is Lubbock and points off to the east until 11 p.m. And new warning just out here for Garza County. That's what's coming up out of the southeastern part of our area. Borden County had a pretty good storm, and now that new severe warning's been issued for Garza County as well. And what was that, Shania?
I was saying, I think it's about to ramp
Oh.
up. That Garza County one just popped up within
Look at that.
maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah. Shania said, because John had said that's going to ramp up, and then Shania said, yeah, within just the last few minutes. That shows the strong lift that we have here moving across the region. It seems almost like that you're seeing these storms really blow up quickly. I want to show you what meteorologist Adam Young has running through some of the rain. He's still in Dickens County right now. He was with the storm first when it formed west of Matador, and then watched that storm all the way down into King County. And so he's coming back. You can see the rain on the roadway there on 82 as he's coming back through Dickens County. He's seen some pretty good rainfall. So he's out east. Separate crew we have out heading west to watch the thunderstorms out that direction. So let's come back here to show you what the storms are doing again. Like Shania just mentioned, it was like just a few minutes. This storm ramped up. At least 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. That's going to cross Lake Allen Henry. If you know someone out there on the lake for the holiday weekend, give them the heads up. Hey, you've got lightning moving your way. You've got a severe storm moving your way. And those storms are moving northeasterly at about 20 miles per hour. Then over the southwestern South Plains. This is a storm that is still, it's just north of Plains, pretty much between Plains going up to the Cochran County line. Thunderstorm is moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. And let me see here, latest indications on that storm as well. At least 1 inch hail, maybe 1.5 inch diameter. But what I wanted to check was the environment there. Dew point in Plains has now climbed to 52, 46 at Denver City. So it's drier air over the southwestern South Plains. As this storm moves farther north and east, it's going to run into more humidity and could become a bit stronger. It certainly is in the warm air down that direction. Now we've got these thunderstorms up over the northwestern South Plains. And then also another one here, northeastern Swisher County. This one is really ramped up. And I think that maybe we've got a crew from KFDA up in the Panhandle somewhere. I was trying to see exactly where they are. But time is flying here. It's already 7:32, so we're about to do another cut-in over on TV. So we'll jump between the stream, between those cut-ins here on the stream. We'll be back with you here in just a quick minute. And again, we'll have John's update here shortly. Now let's back this out real quick, just show you. And we'll come actually back here into Lubbock to show. We're about 3.5 minutes away from our next update on TV on KCBD. Got this really a couple of small showers, thunder showers over the eastern and western part of the city. It doesn't last long. It rains for like a few minutes, may briefly be a downpour at your house, and then just kind of falls apart. Let me see here. So yeah, 7:36, we'll have our next update here on TV. And again, showing what it looks like for Adam coming back. Let's see, I think he's into Crosby County, looks like now, coming back westward. And again, we have a different crew heading out to the southwest. So just wanted to show you with the rain falling here in Lubbock, what is going on here. Where we do have the severe warnings in place. Go back to the radar to show you that not a severe storm in Lubbock. We've got a couple more scattered storms. We'll have a full update coming up on KCBD in just a couple of minutes.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, meteorologist John Robinson. Let me step back, looking a little bit south-southeast from a First Bank and Trust camera, and you can see cumulus clouds popping up around the South Plains. A few of these storms just bringing welcome rain, like the one in Lubbock. Others still have the potential of severe weather, maybe 1-inch size hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. So we'll turn to Doppler radar, give you a quick look at what's going on, and we start again back up in the northwest from Dimmitt down to east of Muleshoe, and it looks like around Spring Lake and Earth. Now, these storms have decreased some in intensity according to the National Weather Service, but there still might be some 1-inch size hail in the areas south of Earth and just along Highway 385. Same time, there may be some of that hail that has weakened from Sudan tracking north. And another area of hail looks like just developed east-southeast of Baileyboro, north of Enix along 214. So still some hail with that storm, so a warning continues there. Down to our southwest of Lubbock, this storm has weakened. There was a warning on it, or issued earlier for this storm, but now it's weakening some along 214 north of Plains and well north of Denver City. But it is tracking towards Levelland, Hockley County, and the western areas of Terry County. This again pointed out earlier is a frontal boundary drifting southwest. And then down to the southeast, some intense thunderstorms in the Garza County area, particularly if you know anyone on Lake Allen Henry, they need to be getting off the lake. Heavy thunderstorm with some winds possibly 60 miles an hour and potentially some 1-inch size hail with that system as it moves across Highway 84 from Lake Allen Henry, Justisburg area, and a moderate shower down in Fluvanna down in the areas of Borden County. That skirted the Gale area, but there is a warning on that along 180 to just west of Snyder. Not a warning here, but you can see the narrow band where that storm has tracked up into Garza County. So we do have some watches in effect for the South Plains. We've had some showers around Lubbock. We continue with a slight chance of severe weather off and on for the next few hours. Stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, meteorologist John Robinson. A quick update right here. First of all, there is a tornado watch in effect in the central and eastern South Plains. Western areas, there's a severe thunderstorm watch in effect till 1 a.m. Tornado watch goes until 11 p.m. We're going to take a quick look, if we could, to Julio Iglesias. Then we'll come back. He's our chase unit out in the southwest part of the South Plains, working its way out on, I believe, 1585. If we have Julio. If we don't, we'll just stay on Doppler radar then and show you the activity firing up across our area. We'll start, there we go. This is actually NewsChannel 10 here, giving you a view of what's going on up to our north. So we're taking a live look at that. In the meantime, let's come back to Doppler radar, and we're connected with Amarillo. Keep an eye on the storms to the north, looking up to our northwest. North of Littlefield, in the areas around Spring Lake and Earth, persistent thunderstorms. These were weakening in our last break, but now they've intensified some. Still could be some 1-inch size hail approaching Sudan. Then in the Spring Lake area, it looks like mostly heavy rainfall there, and the warnings extend all the way up to Dimmitt, and then some scattered thunderstorms back out along the Texas-New Mexico state line in general there. We'll drop down to the southwest just quickly here. Storm over Yoakum County is weakening at this point. We'll see how it continues to go, but the frontal boundary has made its way through there. Cool things down, at least for the time being. Back in the southeast, strong thunderstorms still severe in the southeastern and central areas of Garza County, near the community of Post. Lake Allen Henry looks primarily like wind threat at this point, maybe anywhere from 50 to 60 miles an hour, if not stronger. Then some activity off of the Caprock, Rotan, light showers around Snyder. Shania is going to bring us some update, though, on our rainfall amounts and what else is going on around the South Plains. Shania? Shania's get connected there. I'll do, once again, we have scattered showers, thunderstorms in the area at this point. Are we clear, Shania?
Yes,
Right.
now we're up. Especially starting with our storm in the Bailey County area, getting reports of that hail being around $half size, so some fairly large hail associated with that storm. The Garza County storm does actually kind of look like it's beginning to weaken, but earlier $half size hail was also reported on this storm just off to the southeast of the Post area. Of course, getting a lot of heavy rainfall associated with that one. Those are really the two that we're seeing the hail reports from. Obviously, you can see with these multiple storm systems kind of going up, large reflectivity levels on both of them. Again, that's the $half size hail for those storms that are within the Bailey County area, also including Palmer and Castro with that $half size hail as well. So, John, a lot of rainfall from most of these storms, getting a lot of moisture, and of course that hail threat as well.
That's true. You know, Shania, and I do want to mention we had an 81 mile per hour wind gust in the Amherst mesonet. So there's still some strong winds with these storm systems, especially around Lamb County. Stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.
Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good evening, meteorologist John Robinson. I'm going to step back a little bit, and Matt Ernst is operating the tower cam. He's going to give us a little scenic tour. We have showers and some thunderstorms, a few severe, still occurring around portions of the South Plains. This activity will likely continue off and on for several more hours. In fact, some of it may even linger through tomorrow morning across the South Plains, but different views here. Looking out from 98th University, look at that great looking sunsets there. And we had some showers here at NewsChannel 11. There's still some rain falling. You see sprinkles on the camera there at First Bank and Trust, and that's 98th and Slide. And these storms continue to develop, and they'll continue to do that. And we're going to have much cooler temperatures, as a matter of fact. So be sure and join our newscast at 9 and 10 on the forecast looking ahead. As far as Doppler radar, a quick reminder about a tornado watch in effect along Interstate 27, including Plainview and Lubbock and areas to the east. Thunderstorm watch in effect for the western South Plains, Levelland, Morton, up to the north into the Panhandle and northeastern New Mexico. And the showers and storms have really been widespread across our region. Still some lingering activity southeast. We have a warning down in the areas of Borden County. This thunderstorm still holding together, and in general, storms have a threat of maybe 1-inch size hail and winds up to 60 miles an hour. Shania Jackson doing a zoom in there to show thunderstorm that may have a little bit of hail west of the community of O'Donnell as it tracks on to the north. Wilson, lighter showers there, moderate shower in the Post area, and we come on up to the northern and central South Plains, including the Lubbock area, show you some of the thunderstorms in that region overall. Nothing around Lubbock. We do have those moderate showers. A little heavier shower headed up along Interstate 27 in the southern part of the city. And one more look up to the northwest, and we'll have Shania give you an update here, but I do want to mention that you can see around Sudan, I understand they had golf ball size hail with a storm earlier, and even some busted out windshields on cars and such. So that was a severe storm, and it looks like there's still some large hail with that just west of 385 north of Littlefield up around Spring Lake Earth. They may have had some hail, have some moderate heavy rainfall there. And Shania, we have hail, and we still have some hail going on with these storms.
That's exactly right, John.
And you can see it's a little technical problem there. East of Sudan, some hail indicated there just west of 385 Olton, some hail east of Olton along 70. And as warnings indicate, they may produce some 1-inch size hail as they track generally east or northeast. We do expect more activity across this region over the next few hours. And I mentioned earlier, we may even see the activity continuing into Memorial Day morning across our region, and some could continue to be severe, at least for a few more hours. Are you ready to go there, Shania?
I think so. We'll try it again. Yes, sorry, my mic was dead. We've been doing this for a while. As far as some of the reports we've gotten, we'll start with this storm actually that's over Olton. We actually just had a report come in of hail up to the size of tennis balls in Olton right now. So very large hail associated with that storm. We'll go over to the Crosby and Dickens area. No reports of anything on the ground just yet for these two storms, Crosby County and Dickens County, but they were radar indicated up to the size of quarters. And then of course those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with that warning there. And then we'll go down here to Lynn County, another base warning, still looking at that potential for hail up to the size of quarters, and then those wind gusts getting up to 60 miles per hour. So most of these storms are capable of producing hail. We also had a report earlier of nickel-size hail in Buffalo Springs Lake. That's not large enough to warrant a warning on that, so that's why there's no warning over that storm system, but still capable of producing some of that smaller size hail. As of right now, those 3 warnings going up, mainly focusing on that hail potential, and then also that potential for, of course, these storms to have those stronger wind gusts associated with them. Most of these warnings are expected to expire around 9 p.m. Of course, we'll continue to give you those updates on these storm systems. Just be cautious, though, if you're heading out, maybe some heavy localized flooding could be a potential issue as well. So stay with us. We're about to go into our 9 o'clock newscast for weather coverage that you can count on.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. Stay tuned for updates on this First Alert Weather Day.
All right, we'll continue here at KCBD.com because we're starting to get some pea-size hail reports around Lubbock, and we'll continue rolling right through here. Got our 9 o'clock newscast about 15 minutes away. But Just want to show you what it looks like here around Lubbock. It's maybe your place, it's like right here where it is pretty loud. I've had a few of these small hail reports in South Lubbock. Most intense part of the city right now, heavy rainfall, and again the potential for some small hail. No warnings at the current time here for Lubbock, but just wanted to show you that what we do have ongoing right here. And let's take a look at some of the camera perspectives here from this is what it looks like from 98th and University, looking back out, kind of shooting up a little bit higher, looking out to the west, but that's what it looks like right here. Perspective from 56th and Avenue A looking south. I'll swing this back around to look west. So yeah, pretty good downpour over South Lubbock, and then we'll go back over here. This is 98th and Slide, looking back to the north and east. And again, what we have over Lubbock right now, not a severe storm, but we do have, and lightning is not a criteria for severe warnings. Certainly we've had some rumbles of thunder here in Lubbock, but the most intense thunderstorm, kind of two storms that we're watching here in Lamb County. This is what John and Shania just showed you there a moment ago of some of the larger hail, with the hail cores being just east of Sudan, just west of 385, kind of between Sudan and 385. Then another hail core that's moving toward Halfway, pretty much going down US 70. You can see from Olton to Halfway, eventually should get into Plainview as well, based on that current trajectory. So just got the sound of this. I don't know if you'd declare this a hot summer night. I wouldn't say this is a tin roof. It's more of a metal roof overhead, but Mr. Fowler sang it well. Love the sound of rain on a tin roof on a hot summer night. And I am 100% Texan till I die. I got this other hail core, probably about 1 inch hail just west of O'Donnell. What's the question?
Is the Cantex weather open used on Fox?
No.
Okay. No, it's just case.
And yeah, it looks like 1 inch hail potential. Just showed you that hail core west of close to Halfway. You see, it's not as an intense hail return here between Newmore and O'Donnell, but probably about 1 inch hail, at least with that storm. But we're going to back here into Lubbock to show you a couple different cores that we have right now. Most of the city inside the loop, you can see the heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail indicated here, stretching from, I mean, you have the brighter reds, right there from 34th Street, 19th Street, Texas Tech, toward the interstate. And keep in mind, radar is in that moment when you see the scan. The storms are always moving, so we can say it's a little bit farther up north and east, so that's edging toward the airport, northwest and northern parts and central parts of the city with the heavy rainfall. From the Tech Parkway in Indiana toward University, coming from 19th to 34th. And then let's look at this other core, including where we are here at 98th and University. It's about to let up at 98th and Slide, and 98th and all the way down to a Loop 88. But pretty good core here that runs from the South Loop all the way down about to Woodrow Road. You can see this is moving northeasterly. It's not going to last all that long at any one location, but you get the idea of where the heaviest rainfall is over South Lubbock. And we did earlier have some reports of up to about nickel-size hail at Buffalo Springs Lake. Another little storm is going to move over the lake here over the next few minutes. Right now it's crossing Southeast Drive and stretches back down about to 1585. Then you go from where 1585 meets 84, that's Posey, the Posey Gin right there, just southeast of there. Slayton with some rainfall. As you go up 400, out toward Acuff and Roosevelt, up toward Idalou and Lorenzo, all the way up into the far northeastern part of Lubbock County. Pretty good rainfall there. So all the rain around Lubbock at the present time, no severe weather reports. No 1-inch hail, no 60-mile-per-hour wind. You may be getting some small hail. Not saying, I mean, the storm could intensify, it could get stronger. Let's take some live looks outside once again. We'll go to 98th and Slide. And that's what I mentioned, that the rain, the western edge of this one small storm has let up just a bit. Western edge of it is about Slide Road. Then you come here to 98th and University. Let me lower that camera. You can see the rain is pouring down here at 98th and University. And then the perspective at 56th and Avenue A. This is looking due south into that heavy storm. And we'll slide it more back to the southeast, looking back toward Ransom Canyon here. Let me see. Haven't checked the comments and questions here just a little bit. Amber saying can't hear anything. If that's still, I know earlier when there was no sound, that's because, let me double check here, make sure. Are we actually outputting sound? Let me make sure. Did something else just easy, got the external output. Should be outputting sound. Want to make sure. May have been the storm here that just knocked it out for just a second. Let me see. I know why on Facebook. Let me go fix that. Just 1 second. I think we're good on YouTube. I think something got changed on Facebook. And yeah, let's see. Got OTT monitor. I think we should be good. There we go now. So apologies, the stream was working elsewhere, but specifically here on Facebook. I think we should be good. So we were good on KCBD.com. Apologize for here on Facebook. Daisy says, Olton got some of the heavy rainfall for sure. Now let me verify over. You got all these different streams. That's a live look here from 56th Avenue A looking back to the west. And you can see right there, heavy rain that is falling down. Let me check something real quick. So I'm pretty sure the stream audio has been good here on. I think we should be good. There we go now. Yeah, so apologies for the audio dropping out with the storm rolling on through, but more than anything, just wanted to show you that I'm just a couple minutes away here from our newscast coming up at the top of the hour. Starting to get some hail indications over south parts of South Lubbock. Let's go back here to the radar and show you that at least seeing some of those over South Lubbock right now. Again, no warnings in place here for the city itself, but these are some loud storms. We've had some reports of pea-size hail, so you can see stretching from central into South Lubbock. Everything's moving from southwest to northeast, and it's not going to last for all that long. As far as where we do have warnings right now, you can see over Crosby County, stretching into far western parts of Dickens County, then also down toward Tahoka. Watching that storm right there. More than anything, it's widespread welcome rainfall across our area. The most intense storms are up here to the north. And when does that warning go until, Shania, for Plainview for Hale County?
9:30.
Okay, 9:30. And that's probably the biggest hail indicator we've got out there right now. It's come down a little bit, though. That's good news as it's moving toward halfway and eventually toward Plainview. So the hail indications have come down just a bit. Also looking at one of our live units, Julio, who went out west to sundown to go see the sundown and the community of sundown, and that storm just kind of fizzled away. Now he's on the backside watching the storms moving into Lubbock. So we sent crews west, east. Adam Young was out for for hours here watching that storm that started near Motley County and eventually moved all the way down toward Guthrie. So let's go back to the weather camera, show you first. Let's go to 98th and Slide, and you can see where the rain has let up there. Kind of a cool vantage point. Great to see the rainfall. And we come back here from 98th and University. We're looking back to the northwest. We're 3 minutes out now from our newscast here. Let me turn this off. You can get all the different microphones. Make too much noise around here. This is 98th and University. Then looking back to the west here, you can see a wet interstate right in front of you there. This is from 56th and Avenue A. So, and the rain just let up right here. Let's go back to 90th and University. You can see where the rain has ended, so we're not having to scream at the current time. And let me go back here, check comments real quick. And yeah, Daisy, you guys in Olton got the rainfall, got the hail up there as well. Peter mentioned some small hail earlier. And Amber said saw a funnel cloud about 20 minutes ago. So scattered showers and storms. Current warnings right now near Littlefield, stretching up about to Olton and Lamb and Western Hale. Then we've also got the second warning for Hale County, severe warning for Lynn County, and a severe storm for Crosby into Western Dickens County. So that's where the storms are right now. We'll flip this over to, we'll have an update here coming up at the top of the hour on Fox 34, News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34. We'll have the update there. Best news, a lot of good, soaking, much-needed rain across our area. So we'll have that next update coming up here in just about a minute. Thank you for joining us here at KCBD.com and also on Facebook and on YouTube. I want to check real quick. Yeah, just looking at all the latest information coming in. Again, newscast coming up here shortly. We'll join you then.
Coverage you can count on. This is News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this First Alert Weather Day. I'm Madeline Hall. Storms are blanketing much of the South Plains tonight with watches and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Meteorologist Shania Jackson joins us now with a first check of the radar. Shania.
That's right, Madeline. We did issue today as a first alert weather day, and well warranted. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for the western portion of the South Plains, extending from Morton up to Littlefield, Muleshoe, the Dimmitt area, and then a tornado watch for areas east of I-27, also including the Plainview, Hale County area, Lubbock County, and Lynn County. That watch, the tornado watch, is in effect until 11 p.m., and then we're looking at the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 1 a.m. So kind of a lot going on for us today. Starting with some of the warnings, focusing really on this Hale County one that was just recently issued. This one's in effect until 9:30, and for the most part, this is really the only one that we're kind of starting to see those hail reports from, up to the size of tennis balls. The storm system was in the Olton area. Now it's making its way into the community of Plainview as of right now. Again, that warning's in effect until 9:30, and then also tracking another warning in the Lynn County area, just a base warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and then also looking at the potential for hail up to the size of a quarter. So again, those are really the only two warnings that we're tracking right now. Still dealing with a lot of widespread rainfall across the entire viewing area, excluding our areas off to the southwest. And for the most part, this activity will likely linger throughout the rest of our night tonight. Storm motion on most of these storms is still tracking off to the east, maybe a northeasterly storm motion for some of them. But again, getting a lot of good moisture. Heavy localized flooding is likely also going to be an issue. So keep that in mind if you do have plans to head out later today, or if you are heading out as we head into the early hours of your Monday. We had a hot afternoon today, 88 for the high temperature in Plainview today, 97 for us here in Lubbock. Same thing in Seminole, 95 in Snyder, 84 in Childress, and 84 in the Clovis area. Right now, look at our First Bank and Trust tower camera. It's cloudy out there, and Madeline, we're watching some raindrops on our tower camera as well.
Thank you, Shania. And we will, of course, go back to Shania if anything else develops.